Chapter 1272. The blood-red light filled the air as if a sea of blood had descended. A powerful pressure fell from the sky, instantly freezing everything in the void. They were both upper sacred level martial arts, but there was a clear gap between mastery level and beginner level. This power was several times stronger than Chun Zong's Taiyuan cloud-piercing finger. The skinny man's eyes shone with astonishment, and he immediately burst out more power to make the claw more powerful. He wanted to kill Chun Zong in one blow. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red light suddenly shot out from Chun Zong's right hand, and a sea of blood surged. It was difficult to describe that blood-red light with words. It felt as if the power of a sea of blood was condensed in it, and it was extremely terrifying. The bloody light was sharp to the extreme, and it tore through the sky and destroyed everything in its path. As soon as it appeared, it instantly flashed past swiftly like a blood-colored shadow, and it was suffused with a shocking bloody light that left no trace behind. The first move of the blood-dripping swordsmanship. Blood-spurting sword. The ghost claw was hit, torn, and penetrated in an instant. The blood-red sword light pierced through the air and hit the skinny man's figure, instantly penetrating him. The terrifying blood-dripping sword chi burst out in his body, raging in all directions. The skinny man did not have much power left in his body. Now that the blood-dripping sword chi had entered his body, it was difficult for him to organize much power to resist. With a sizzling sound, streaks of blood-red sword chi pierced through the black robe and shot out. In an instant, the skinny man was covered with spikes like a hedgehog. Chun Zong was slightly delighted. He did not expect the blood-dripping swordsmanship to be so powerful that it could cause serious damage to the skinny man with one move. Chun Zong also had an impression of the sword move just now. It was very fast, as if all the power was condensed in it, and it was extremely terrifying. "You deserve to die." Ah. The skinny man's harsh voice suddenly exploded. He was extremely angry, and the anger came from the bottom of his heart and soul. His body was so badly damaged that if he wanted to recover, he would have to pay at least several times the price he had planned. The day he could recover his strength was even further away. "Kill!" Chun Zong ignored the skinny man's angry shout. He once again activated the power of the blood-dripping sword print and performed the second move of the blood-dripping swordsmanship. Blood-spurting sword. Boom! The sea of blood surged, as if it was a huge wave that was thousands of feet high. Astonishing bloodlight surged within the huge wave. Waves after waves condensed and rushed out before exploding in an instant, bursting forth with incomparably astonishing power. After that, an enormous wave exploded, and a blood-red sword light tore through the sky along with it. It was powerful and overbearing to the extreme, and it seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. There seemed to be only one sword light, but it was filled with a vast and surging blood sea phantom. The waves crashed heavily, and the waves kept exploding, bursting out with an extremely terrifying explosive force. It was unstoppable. This sword strike struck his opponent once again. The skinny man was only able to resist for one breath of time before his broken body was bombarded by the sword chi of blood explosion. In just 3 breaths of time, his body was completely shattered. At the same time, a dim light rushed out of the bloodlight and rushed directly to Chun Zong at an amazing speed. Before he could react, it entered Chun Zong's mind through his head. Chun Zong's heart sank, and he immediately gathered all his spirit and entered his mind. Sure enough, in his mind, a green body suffused with wisps of gray light condensed. It was a body of consciousness formed by the power of the soul, and it was the opponent's soul consciousness body. What a big mind, what a strong soul. The opponent seemed to take a deep breath and exclaimed as if he had smelled a peerless delicacy. His voice was full of greed. Previously, he had felt that Chun Zong's soul was very strong and knew that it would be a great supplement for him, but he never expected it to be so strong. The middle stage of the soul gathering sea. Good. As long as I devour your soul, I will definitely reach the late stage of the soul-gathering sea. Then I will occupy your body and be reborn." His laughter was rampant. "It's too early for you to be happy." Chunzong also condensed a body of consciousness and stood in midair in his mind, facing the opponent from a distance. After the invasion of the Great Abyss King's remnant soul consciousness, Chunzong didn't panic. Instead, he dealt with it calmly. However, this was the first time he had heard of the late stage of the soul-gathering sea. It made Chunzong curious. But curiosity was a matter for later. Right now, he had to defeat the opponent first. Destroy. As soon as his voice fell, the opponent reached out with one hand, condensing a cold ghost claw to grab at him. Chunzong held his sword and took a step forward. His footsteps immediately moved in an extremely mysterious way. After dodging the ghost claw, he took advantage of the opportunity to strike with his sword. This was his own mind. This was his home ground. Although the opponent's soul was strong, it was not as strong as his. At most, it was as strong as his soul when it had just liquefied. Chunzong was stunned when the opponent suddenly dodged the sword that was supposed to kill him. But there was no time for Chunzong to think carefully. The opponent's figure drifted like a ghost, neither fixed nor separated. It was completely impossible to predict. For a moment, Chunzong did not know how to attack. It seemed that the opponent's use of the body of consciousness was far superior to Chunzong's. Keek, be obedient and let this sovereign devour your soul. You should be honored to be able to merge with this sovereign. The drifting voice overlapped and sounded continuously from all directions, constantly entering Chunzong's body of consciousness and causing it to vibrate. The voice was trembling, constantly disturbing Chunzong's soul and clarity of thought. It scattered Chunzong's mind, waiting for an opportunity to strike like a poisonous snake. The more it was like this, the more Chunzong had to remain calm. Calm down. Chunzong sensed carefully and resisted the disturbance. Gradually, following the fluctuation of the heart mystery of the Heart Sword Sutra, the heart domain also condensed around him, increasing Chunzong's perception by more than 10 times. The heart domain spread out and filled the entire sea of consciousness. Not only did it allow Chunzong to completely resist the disturbance of the opponent's soul demonic voice, but it also allowed him to capture the opponent's drifting figure and clearly track its trajectory. He attacked. The sword light pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. In the sea of consciousness, there seemed to be no gravitational force or restraint. Especially in Chunzong's home field, the sword came out at an extremely fast speed, even faster than light. The opponent immediately dodged, but he was still one step too slow and was directly penetrated by the sword. But in an instant, the opponent's body of consciousness dispersed, like smoke, and quickly gathered in the distance, as if it was not affected at all. Keek, it's useless, it's useless. You can't hurt this sovereign at all. The strange laughter sounded again like a demonic voice. Immediately, the opponent was hit by the sword, dissipated, and gathered again. It's useless. This sovereign has already said that it's useless. It's useless. Chunzong murmured with a smile on his face. The perception under the heart domain was extremely amazing. He could feel that after the opponent's body of consciousness dissipated and gathered again, his aura weakened a little. Was it really useless? No, it was useful, but the effect was very weak. But no matter what, it was good that it was useful. Kill. The sword kept attacking, and beams of sword light exploded. The opponent's body exploded, and when it was about to gather again, it was hit by the sword again. Stop, stop, stop. This sovereign is asking you to stop. An exasperated voice sounded. He was anxious, really anxious. He had no choice but to be anxious. Because he had been hit by Chunzong's sword many times, he had consumed a lot of energy. If this continued, his body of consciousness might collapse, and his soul would collapse. However, Chunzong did not pay attention to him and continued to attack. Damn it, you're forcing this sovereign to die with you. Hearing this, Chunzong immediately withdrew his sword. The opponent's body of consciousness had gathered again, but it was much fainter than before. It was a little erratic, as if it would be blown away by the wind. "Who are you?" Chunzong asked. "This sovereign is Supremacy Ciel Luo," the opponent answered arrogantly. "Never heard of you." Chunzong's answer was even more direct, which made Chunzong choke. "Ignorant. This sovereign is Supremacy Ciel Luo, who was at his peak 5,000 years ago," Supremacy Ciel Luo said. "No matter who you are, what do you plan to do now?" Chunzong spoke again and said very directly, "Or rather, how are you going to compensate me for my loss?" His words left the other party dumbfounded. Loss? What loss did he have? He was the one who had suffered the most, okay? His plan was interrupted, his body was destroyed, and now even his soul was injured. This kind of loss was incomparably heavy, and not at all worse than the previous losses. It was so miserable, and the opponent wanted him to compensate for his loss. "You're not going to compensate me? Then die." The moment the word no was heard, Chunzong struck out with his sword again. The speed of his sword was even faster, and the power of his sword was even stronger. Shatter. The moment the word die was heard, the opponent's soul was hit more than 100 times. It couldn't gather at all, and couldn't even speak, let alone self-destruct. Chunzong didn't give the opponent any chance. Supremacy Ciel Luo, who was at his peak 5,000 years ago, was useless. If the opponent wanted to devour his soul and take over his body, then he should obediently be absorbed by Chunzong, just like the Great Abyss King's remnant soul. But thinking about it, the opponent wouldn't willingly let him absorb it, so Chunzong decided to cripple him first. After thousands of attacks, the opponent's soul was completely scattered and couldn't gather at all. Absorb. Chunzong's soul immediately surged forward, like a torrential ocean. Waves rose up and instantly engulfed the opponent's scattered soul. Originally, if left alone, the opponent would recover bit by bit and gather again. Unfortunately, Chunzong wouldn't give him such a chance. Chunzong didn't know what kind of tricks a former expert had, and it wasn't wise to give him time to breathe. The reason why he paused previously was because he hadn't unleashed enough power. Therefore, he stopped to ease the opponent's thoughts of self-destructing and also to fight for the opportunity to unleash his power. Now, devour. The opponent's soul was scattered by Chunzong's sword, and it couldn't gather at once. Now, it was just right to become Chunzong's soul food. Absorb. Absorb continuously. Chapter 1273. The 10-sided floor was surrounded by 10 walls, and the 10 blue flames returned to the lamps, burning quietly as if they were unaware of the passage of time. The 9 people who had been thrown into the corner were already scared out of their wits. It couldn't be helped. The battle between Chunzong and Venerable Ciel Luo was at the Saint Realm level, and the ground was small. The terrifying aura had directly suppressed the 9 of them to death. This was the difference in strength. The aura of a Saint Realm Master alone could crush a Transcendent to death. As for Yang Lin, he was also dead. Chunzong sat cross-legged in peace, constantly absorbing the memories from Venerable Ciel Luo. After absorbing the Great Abyss King's remnant soul and memories, this time was no pressure at all. It was a walk in the park. It didn't take long for Chunzong to absorb part of Venerable Ciel Luo's memories. As for the rest of the memories, he dealt with them the same way as when he absorbed the Great Abyss King's memories. For example, if Venerable Ciel Luo saw something or encountered something, it would automatically appear. This way, he could save time and reduce his burden. After all, Venerable Ciel Luo was a Saint Realm Master from Gue Xian Upper Territory 5,000 years ago. He had lived for more than 2,000 years, so his memories were vast and complex. After absorbing all of Venerable Ciel Luo's memories, Chunzong learned everything about him. Venerable Ciel Luo was born in Gue Xian Upper Territory and was the leader of a sect. However, after his sect was destroyed, he fled to Qing Tian Territory. He was a 7th Heaven Saint Realm Master when he was alive. In addition to his powerful qi refining cultivation, he also had great attainments in the soul because of a fortuitous encounter. Venerable Ciel Luo's soul cultivation method was called the 10 Directions Demonic Refining Technique. Shenzong pondered after examining it. The 10 Directions demonic refining technique was a rather evil cultivation method. It could absorb and devour the souls of living beings and refine them into one's own soul, thereby increasing the strength of one's soul. To Shenzong, cultivation methods and martial arts didn't matter if they were evil or not. What mattered was the human heart. A righteous cultivation method or martial art that cultivated one's heart to commit evil was evil. A demonic cultivation method or martial art that cultivated one didn't commit evil, but instead did good deeds. That was righteous. Regardless, the 10 Directions demonic refining technique absorbed and refined the souls of others to improve oneself. It was indeed not a righteous cultivation method. However, Shenzong had never been afraid of such things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have modified the blood refining technique in the deep blue world to refine blood essence into beads for himself, to refine and absorb, to increase his body refining cultivation. Of course, Shenzong would not kill the innocent. Ignoring everything else, Shenzong began to comprehend the 10 Directions evil refining technique. The evil omnidirectional refining technique was very intricate, but that was only relatively speaking. With Shenzong's powerful soul and honorable Xieluo's cultivation memories, he quickly grasped the mysteries of the evil omnidirectional refining technique. In fact, Shenzong had always been worried about something. After absorbing the remnant soul of the great Abyss King and honorable Xieluo's soul, his own soul power had increased tremendously. He had also obtained various memories of the two, but at the same time, he had also obtained some of their mixed thoughts. Shenzong's soul was very strong now. He could suppress it with his own soul power, but no one could guarantee that it wouldn't explode in the future. The 10 Directions demonic refining technique could refine it and eliminate it to prevent future troubles. The 10 Directions demonic refining technique was activated. Shenzong felt strands of soul power seeping out from his liquefied soul. Then, they condensed into 10 strands and spread out in 10 directions. They turned into purple flames and burned silently. The 10 Directions demonic refining technique was to transform one's soul power into soul fire and set up the 10 Directions demonic refining formation to refine the soul. What Shenzong needed to do now was to refine his soul and get rid of the impurities that didn't belong to him. The 10 Directions evil refining formation started to operate, and the 10 purple flames burned fiercely. The purple flames expanded and spread out in an instant. Following that, the formation started to rotate faster and faster. The 10 purple flames seemed to have disappeared and turned into 10 purple fire dragons that shuttled back and forth. Every time he traveled, Shenzong would have a strange feeling. It was as if his soul was being penetrated by some kind of power. This power was invisible and intangible, but it was real. It seemed to be incomparably hot and also extremely cold. Every time he was pierced through, Shenzong would feel an indescribable tearing pain in his soul. However, before this pain could spread out completely, an indescribable sense of comfort would spread out. Cold and hot, pain and comfort, heaviness and ease. All kinds of contradictions and opposites appeared. Shenzong couldn't tell what kind of feeling he was having. It was like torture, but it was also like enjoyment, pain and pleasure. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the 10 Directions demonic refining formation came to a stop. The 10 purple soul fires disintegrated into soul power and returned to his soul. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of ease spread out from the depths of his soul. It was as if he had let go of his heavy revenge and let go of his obsession. He was at ease and relaxed, as if he was riding the wind and controlling the 9 heavens. I've finally refined and eliminated all the impurities. A smile appeared on Shenzong's face. This feeling was really good. In the next moment, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of his soul. Slowly, a pure purple flame rose silently. It floated above his liquefied soul and burned slowly. This burning seemed to last forever. It didn't deplete his soul power. Instead, it purified his soul bit by bit and formed a protective layer for his soul. Even though he didn't obtain any heavenly rare flames and couldn't upgrade the purple cloud black star flame, absorbing Honorable Xiao Luo's soul had brought great benefits to Qinzong. Yang Lin didn't know about the heavenly rare flames in the Yin Flame ancient tomb. It was just an excuse given by Honorable Xiao Luo to attract people to enter the tomb for him to refine and absorb. Therefore, the heavenly rare flames that Yang Lin mentioned were actually the soul fires that Honorable Xiao Luo had refined using the 10 Directions demonic refining technique. The soul fires refined using the 10 Directions demonic refining technique were also divided into different grades. For example, Honorable Xiao Luo's soul fire was a faint green with a hint of gray, while Qinzong's soul fire was a faint purple. It was a pure purple with a kind of nobility, a kind of profound mystery, and a kind of boundless depth. According to the 10 Directions demonic refining technique that Honorable Xiao Luo had obtained, Qinzong knew that his soul fire was of a higher grade than Honorable Xiao Luo's soul fire. Gray soul fire was of the lowest grade, green soul fire was of the middle grade, and purple soul fire was of the upper grade. Honorable Xiao Luo's soul fire was green with a hint of gray. Although it was very small, it showed that Honorable Xiao Luo's soul fire was of the lower grade among the middle grade. Qinzong's soul fire was pure purple. It even emitted a divine light from within. This meant that Qinzong's soul fire was of the highest grade among the upper grade purple soul fires. If one were to carefully divide the soul fires, they could be divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and upper grade. In that case, the soul fire that Qinzong had condensed at this moment was of the upper grade. However, in Honorable Xiao Luo's memories, upper grade soul fire wasn't the highest grade. There were higher grade soul fires, but Honorable Xiao Luo wasn't sure what they were like. Qinzong didn't mind. It wasn't bad to have an upper grade soul fire. The stronger and higher the soul fire, the greater the potential of the soul. It would also be faster, purer, and more efficient in refining distracting thoughts. The soul fire, deep and divine, was burning and consuming, as if it was eternal. Below, it was liquefied souls, like an ocean. According to Honorable Xiao Luo's memories, this was also called the Sea of the Soul. It was a realm of the path of the soul. The path of the soul could be divided into the first light of the soul, the Qi of the soul, the Sea of the soul, and the core of the soul. The first light of the soul was the lowest level. It was when an ordinary soul started cultivating and gave birth to the first ray of soul light. Only then could one be qualified to cultivate the path of the soul. If one couldn't awaken the first light of the soul, they wouldn't have the talent to cultivate the soul. After the first light of the soul, the next step was the Qi of the soul. Ordinary souls didn't have any color. They couldn't be seen or touched, and they didn't have any form. However, once the Qi of the soul was formed, the power of the soul would turn into wisps of Qi of the soul and permeate the depths of one's mind. At this moment, the soul would surpass that of an ordinary person. Qinzong's soul was already at the Qi of the soul. The next step was to form the Sea of the soul. This was a transformation from a gaseous state to a liquid state. It was like condensing water vapor into raindrops. The power of the soul contained in the Sea of the soul was tens or hundreds of times greater. In this way, one's power of understanding and perception would be further enhanced. However, the enhancement of power of understanding and perception was only incidental. It wasn't everything. Some people had a huge enhancement, while others didn't. For example, some people's power of understanding was average. Even if their soul was enhanced, their power of understanding wouldn't increase by much. However, some people's power of understanding was higher, so the enhancement of their soul would be greater. Qinzong was the latter. Of course, if one took a step back, the power of understanding of the path of the soul wouldn't be too bad. There was no difference in the first light of the soul. However, from the Qi of the soul, there were initial, middle, late, and peak stages. Originally, Qinzong was at the middle stage of the soul of the soul. After absorbing and refining Honorable Xiao Luo's soul, he reached the late stage. According to Honorable Xiao Luo's memories, there were very, very few cultivators of the path of the soul. It was 1,000,000 times rarer than the path of the body. This was because it was more difficult to cultivate than the path of the body. It relied more on talent than the path of the chi of the body. Chapter 1274. The heavens and earth were vast and endless, and the mysteries of the universe were endless. Humans had wisdom, perseverance, and temperament, so they could observe the mysteries of the heavens and earth and create different paths of cultivation. The major paths included chi refining, body refining, and soul refining, and the minor paths included palm, finger, fist, leg, saber, spear, sword, staff, and many other martial arts. There were also orthodox and unorthodox martial arts. In this world, no one dared to say that they were proficient in all kinds of Taoists. There were only those who specialized in them, those who specialized in them, and those who specialized in them. Since ancient times, there were very few people like Chunzong who had talent in chi refinement, body refinement, and soul refinement. Even if there were, they would not have unearthed the corresponding potential. People like Chunzong, who had all three, were even rarer. Honorable Xia Luo was a seventh heaven saint realm master when he was alive. Although he was not as strong as the Great Abyss King, he was still a famous master. Naturally, there were some saint-grade secret arts and martial arts in his memory, but in terms of quality, they were not comparable to the Great Abyss Kings. For Chunzong, there was no need to cultivate them, but he could use them as reference to broaden his horizons and deepen his accumulation in the saint grade. What Chunzong was most concerned about was Honorable Xia Luo's attainments in the Tao of the Soul. After all, Chunzong's Tao of the Soul had reached the late stage of the soul-gathering realm, which was better than many ordinary saint realm masters. Generally speaking, the soul level of ordinary people and foundation establishment cultivators was relatively low, at most reaching the soul stage of initial light. However, there were some geniuses whose soul strength was higher, reaching the soul chi transformation stage. The transcendent realm was the first transformation of life. It was not only a transformation of the body, but also a corresponding improvement of the soul. Therefore, basically every transcendent realm master's soul could reach the soul chi transformation stage, with the difference being the early stage, mid-stage, and late stage. After reaching the saint realm, one's life would undergo a second transition. His body would undergo a metamorphosis once again, and his soul would also undergo a transformation, leveling up. In the transcendent realm, the most important aspect of one's life force was the body. The soul was secondary, but in the saint realm, the body and soul were both equally important. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a saint realm cultivator's soul could reach the soul sea gathering realm. Of course, this was only the lowest level of the early stage of soul sea gathering realm. Some of the more powerful ones were able to stabilize their soul sea gathering realm early stage, and even more powerful ones had a chance of reaching the mid-stage. There was also the possibility that some people had a fortuitous encounter that allowed their souls to improve. However, the improvement brought about by this transformation was due to the life transition. It was a passive improvement. Cultivators of the Tao of the soul could take the initiative to cultivate their souls, condense their soul fire, and make their soul power more condensed. One was passive, while the other was active. The difference between the two was like wood and steel. The same kilogram of wood and steel had the same weight, but in terms of hardness, wood was inferior to steel. In other words, at the early stage of the soul sea gathering realm, the soul of a cultivator of the Tao of the soul would be purer and more tenacious. Another point was that cultivators of the Tao of the soul could also cultivate all kinds of soul techniques. Soul techniques had all kinds of magical effects. This was also the first time Chunzong learned about cultivators of the Tao of the soul. If not for Venerable Xia Luo's memories, he didn't know when he would have understood. After all, there were no cultivators of the Tao of the soul in White Cloud Mountain, and even in the entire Raising Sky territory, it was difficult to find a cultivator of the Tao of the soul. The soul fire cultivated by the 10 directions demonic refining technique could first refine the impurities of the soul, making it purer. Second, it could resist distracting thoughts, external evil, and other soul attacks. In a sense, this soul fire was a kind of soul technique. Unfortunately, the inheritance Venerable Sialuo obtained was incomplete. There were only the 10 directions demonic refining technique, the 10 directions demonic refining array, and a soul controlling technique. Other than that, there were no other soul techniques. After digesting all the memories, the quality of his soul also improved. Although his strength didn't directly increase, his foundation had improved. Overall, Chunzong had gained a lot. With Venerable Sialuo's memories, Chunzong knew how to leave the Yin Flame tomb. However, Chunzong wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he took the 9 dead people's storage rings and checked through them. He had gained some wealth. In addition, Yang Lin's corpse also appeared. He was Venerable Sialuo's servant, and his soul was controlled by Venerable Sialuo's soul controlling technique. When Venerable Sialuo's soul dissipated, Yang Lin's soul also dissipated. After taking the storage ring, Chunzong was pleasantly surprised. Yang Lin's storage ring contained more than 30,000 high-grade origin stones, more than 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones, and hundreds of thousands of mid-grade and low-grade origin stones. It was a shocking amount of wealth. "It's time to go," Chunzong muttered to himself. His hands formed a seal, and his body quickly faded as he left the Yin Flame tomb. Besides Chunzong, no one else knew what had happened here. In a quiet valley, a figure appeared. It was Chunzong. Looking around at the unfamiliar scenery, Chunzong carefully checked his surroundings. After determining the direction, he immediately set off. Chunzong wasn't going back to Heavenly Forest City. He was certain that as soon as he appeared in Heavenly Forest City, he would be recognized immediately and would attract many powerful enemies and trouble. These troubles were unnecessary. They would definitely think that he had obtained the heaven and earth flame, or perhaps they knew something about it. They would do everything they could to capture him alive. His destination was the true Martial Upper Region. There was a clear river between the Sky Pillar Upper Region and the true Martial Upper Region, named the Sky Martial Long River. The river flowed endlessly from west to east, and it never stopped even when the sun and moon alternated. This river was thousands of miles wide, and could be said to be the largest river in the Sky Pillar Upper Region and the true Martial Upper Region. Saint Rudiment Realm experts could fly, so naturally they could cross the Sky Martial Long River directly. However, those who were not at the Saint Rudiment Realm could not fly. If they wanted to cross the river, they would have to rely on some precious flying spirit artifacts or some special means to fly across the river. However, no matter which method it would take some time and a lot of effort to cross the river that was thousands of miles wide. Crossing the river was not that simple. There might be some dangers along the way. Therefore, other than Saint Rudiment Realm experts, most people would choose to cross the river on a warship. The so-called warship was a large ship with offensive and defensive capabilities that traveled back and forth between the Sky Martial Long River. After drawing water, the warship was still 20 meters tall, which was very shocking. Its length was hundreds of meters, and its width was 40 to 50 meters. It was huge, and there was a huge 3-story building on it that could accommodate thousands of people at the same time. Each person had to pay 100 high-grade origin stones to board the warship and cross the river. This price was not cheap at all. Think about it. If each person paid 100 high-grade origin stones for 1,000 people, it would add up to 100,000 high-grade origin stones. Of course, driving such a huge warship would consume the energy of the origin stones all the time. Standing on the deck of the warship and facing the wind on the river, Chunzong's long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind as if he was going to leave with the wind. He looked very carefree and comfortable. The river was vast, as if there was no end to it. The rolling waves of the river continued to surge forward without any interference from the outside world. Regardless of the alternation of night and day, regardless of the rotation of the sun and moon, and regardless of the change of the 4 seasons, the river continued to surge forward. Faith! Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. This was a kind of faith, an indomitable faith that would not be shaken by the outside world. The river was not a living or intelligent life. Its endless surge followed the laws of nature and was a manifestation of the mysteries of heaven and earth. However, if a river was like this, what about people? The path of cultivation was originally a path that went against the natural order. It was a path that pursued the transition of life and transcendence. It was a path full of difficulties and dangers. If one did not have a fearless heart and an indomitable will, how could one continue to walk on it? For a moment, Chunzong only felt that his mind was open and his mind was clear. Experience was not only about fighting with strong enemies. Watching the sun rise and the moon set, watching the tide rise and fall, and admiring the blooming and withering of flowers, feeling touched, and what one gained was experience. For a moment, a smile appeared on Chunzong's face. It was a smile from the bottom of his heart. This time, he somewhat understood the so-called true meaning of experience. In the past, he only knew half of it and did not understand it well. Hundreds of people stayed on the warship. Some were cultivating or having fun in their rooms. The warship provided some special services, and the price was the corresponding origin stones. Some stood or sat on the deck to enjoy the breeze and the scenery. Some chatted in groups of 3 or 5, but Chunzong enjoyed himself alone. During this period, naturally, some people saw that Chunzong was extraordinary, so they came up to greet him and wanted to chat. However, Chunzong's response was a little cold, so those people were bored and left. He came and went alone. He did not have to call his friends, but rather, he traveled alone with his sword for thousands of miles. The warship did not slow down at all. It braved the wind and the waves and kept moving forward, crossing thousands of miles of the river. There were some dangers in the Tianwu River, such as the demonic beasts under the river. For example, there was a huge green eel that was dozens of meters long. As soon as it appeared, it released a terrifying attack. It was like a thunderbolt that attacked the warship. The warship instantly activated its defense, blocking the attack of the huge eel demonic beast. At the same time, it released an extremely powerful attack, killing the huge eel directly. In addition to the huge eel demonic beast, there were also some huge black fish with extremely sharp teeth that could chew up steel. It was very terrifying. However, they could not break through the defense of the warship and were killed by the warship with one attack. We're finally here, the Jinwu upper region. Standing at the bow of the warship, Chunzong stared ahead. The outline of the land and the city immediately showed a smile. The Jinwu upper region, one of the 4 upper regions, the upper region that specialized in martial arts. However, Chunzong wanted to have a good look at how prosperous their martial arts were. As the crowd walked down the warship, Chunzong officially stepped into the land of the Jinwu upper region. This was a wharf that belonged to the Jinwu upper region. Standing on the wharf, Chunzong carefully sensed the aura here. Chapter 1275. River Marshall City was a big city near Tianwulong River. It was bustling with people. Following the crowd, Chunzong leisurely walked towards the entrance of River Marshall City. His expression was relaxed, but his perception had also increased. He took in all the movements in his surroundings. If there was even the slightest movement, he would be able to react immediately. In an unknown place, it was better to be cautious. However, under normal circumstances, cities usually had their own city guards to maintain law and order. Therefore, River Marshall City looked like a scene of peace and contentment. As a newcomer, Chunzong's habit was to collect some information and do some research. Besides, he also wanted to try the good wine and food of the true Marshall Upper region. Every place had its own characteristics. That was why it was different. After finding a decent-looking restaurant, Chunzong chose a seat by the window to sit down. The view was even better. The local customs of River Marshall City were closer to the sky-bearing upper region. Perhaps it was because this city was the closest to the sky-bearing upper region. Shenzong listened to the conversations of the people in the restaurant while enjoying the good wine and food of the sky-bearing upper region. He was calm. The content of the conversation was very complicated. Some talked about where to have fun, some talked about other people's experiences, and some talked about their recent cultivation progress. Some talked sincerely, some pretended to be polite, and some talked about routines. All kinds of life could be seen in miniature. This time, the Dragon Spear Venerable is publicly accepting disciples. I wonder who will catch his eye. Not only the Dragon Spear Venerable is publicly accepting disciples, but the Divine Finger Venerable and the Devil Blade Venerable are also publicly accepting disciples. It is said that only the top 100 in the true martial battle tablet will have the opportunity to be their disciple. Speaking of which, the true martial battle tablet opens once every 10 years. It's about time. The true martial battle tablet. Shenzong's ears twitched. He finally heard something interesting. Once the true martial battle tablet opens, countless geniuses will swarm into the true martial giant city. It's really exciting. I wonder what kind of geniuses will appear this time. Will they surpass the past? Shenzong gained a more intuitive understanding of the so-called true martial battle steel from the various conversations and the few mentions of it. The true martial battle steel could be said to be a supreme treasure in the true martial upper zone. Of course, the true martial battle steel did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. Its only ability was to determine the ranking. As for how to locate it, Shenzong could only make some simple guesses from the words of the crowd. Whether it was true or not, he could only confirm it by seeing it with his own eyes. The true martial battle tablet opened once every 10 years to determine the rankings. Anyone below the Saint Realm was eligible to participate. As for those who made it onto the list, although they wouldn't receive any rewards, they would be taken in as a disciple by some sect or master. If they had a master, their name would spread throughout the true martial upper territory. Fame and fortune ran through a person's life, and even cultivators were not spared. Fighting for fame and fortune was a natural instinct, and the environment was constantly strengthened. By making a name for themselves, not only would they become famous, but the faction behind them would also become famous. Their prestige would increase greatly, and they would be able to recruit even more talented disciples and continue to grow stronger. Even if they didn't care about the prestige of a master or a force, it was inevitable that they would want to compete when they learned that so many geniuses had gathered. Therefore, the true martial battle tablet opened once every 10 years. It was also called the True Martial Grand Assembly. Of course, this name was not officially recognized, but it was widely spread and was secretly acknowledged by many people. The True Martial Grand Assembly. Just a name was enough to raise its status. True Martial Giant City is one of the 3 oldest giant cities in the true martial upper zone. I wonder how far it is from River Martial City. Shenzong thought secretly. Shenzong was very interested in the true martial battle tablet. Since he was here to gain experience and was interested in it, he naturally wanted to participate. There was still 1.5 months before the true martial battle tablet opened. He didn't know if he could arrive on time. After eating and drinking, Shenzong called the waiter to settle the bill. He also asked a few questions before leaving. Who is this person? I don't know. He looks very young, and I can't see through his cultivation. Maybe he's a genius. Shenzong didn't hide his question about the true martial giant city. Therefore, many people in the restaurant heard it. They looked at Shenzong's back and guessed. I guess this person isn't from our true martial upper zone. He must be a genius who just came from the Sky Pillar upper zone to gain experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask about the true martial giant city. A genius from the Sky Pillar upper zone? Haha, he can't be compared to the geniuses from our true martial upper zone. That's right. A genius from the Sky Pillar upper zone can forget about getting a good ranking in the true martial battle tablet. Shenzong didn't know what these people were talking about. After asking the waiter, he quickly left the restaurant and left River Martial City. He flew in the southeast direction. The true martial giant city was located southeast of River Martial City. According to the waiter, the waiter was only in the foundation building realm, so the time he mentioned didn't count. However, he estimated that 1.5 months should be enough for him to reach the true martial giant city and participate in the true martial battle tablet. As soon as he used his movement skill, Chunzong moved as fast as a gust of wind and as light as a feather. It was as if a gust of wind blew, sweeping him far away in an instant. The road southeast of River Marshall City was wide and long. There were trees on both sides. Dust billowed in front of them. A convoy was moving forward at a moderate speed. A figure was extremely fast and seemed to silently pass through the dust, flying past the convoy. So fast, that's a half-step saint. The guard in the convoy were surprised because the strongest person in the convoy was only in the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. The speed of the figure just now shocked them. After passing by the convoy, Chunzong ignored the others and kept moving forward at high speed. In fact, this wasn't Chunzong's full speed, but only a part of it. It was equivalent to the speed of an ordinary low-step, half-step saint. If he went all out, his speed would be much faster. Of course, maintaining this speed wasn't a burden for Chunzong. The consumption of his strength was equal to the recovery rate, so he could persist for a long time. The sun rose and the moon set, day and night alternated. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Chunzong was already far away from River Marshall City, but he didn't know how far he was from the true martial giant city. The sun set in the west and night fell. The round moon hung in the sky like a hook, emitting a faint light. The stars dimmed and the world was silent. The night wind blew, causing the bonfire to sway. The figure under the light of the fire flickered. Holding a jug of wine in his hand, Chunzong slowly tasted the delicious barbecue he had cooked. Even if the consumption of his strength was equal to the recovery rate, after a long time, he would still feel bored. It was better to stop and rest at this time, allowing his body and mind to relax. After eating the barbecue and drinking the wine in the jug, Chunzong slowly lay down and looked up at the night sky. The crescent moon was like a claw, quiet and deep. Staring at the crescent moon, Chunzong's expression was calm and his mind was tranquil. All distracting thoughts seemed to have disappeared. Gradually, his entire body seemed to have entered a state of tranquility. It was so tranquil that everything seemed to have stopped and solidified. However, everything around him was clearly under his control. Not thinking about anything, Chunzong's whole body relaxed, as if he had become idle, like a breeze drifting through the night, like a stream flowing leisurely. He was relaxed to the extreme, to the depths of his bones and soul, completely undisturbed. When the crescent moon set in the west and the first rays of dawn lit up the eastern horizon, Chunzong also seemed to awaken his vitality. His eyes, which had been closed for some time, opened. His eyes were clear and deep, like a bottomless abyss, but also as high and boundless as the sky. His mind was clear, his body was relaxed, as if dust had been removed from his body. With a shake of his body, his strength melted. Chunzong didn't expect that in just one night, he would be so relaxed. It was as if he had relaxed to the deepest part of his body, and all his fatigue had been removed. Comfort, a comfort that came from the deepest part of his body. Using his body movement, Chunzong continued on his journey. As he traveled, he also comprehended the mystery of the Heart Sword Sutra. In the end, Chunzong still felt that the Heart Sword Sutra was the foundation. Especially after comprehending the Heart Realm, this feeling became more intuitive. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. During this time, Chunzong passed through several big cities, but he didn't stop. He only bought some good wine and left. In the night sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blazing thunderbolts flashed like dragons soaring into the sky, letting out earth-shattering roars. Raindrops the size of a thumb fell from the sky in a frenzy. Every drop was heavy and powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this kind of torrential rain and could easily lose their lives. There was a torrential downpour, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, strong winds blowing everywhere, and the night sky turning pitch black. After traveling for a long time, Chunzong decided to take a rest. He saw a fire in front of him, coming from an old house. As he got closer, Chunzong also felt the waves of aura coming from the stone house. Obviously, they weren't weak. He immediately made a guess. Everyone, it's raining heavily outside. Please allow me to take shelter from the rain. Chunzong appeared at the door of the stone house and said in a gentle voice. He speculated that the people in the house shouldn't be the original owners of the stone house. They should be people like him who wanted to take shelter from the rain. However, since they entered the stone house first, and he wasn't an unreasonable person, it was necessary to greet them. 3 gazes fell on Chunzong's face and quickly swept past him. You must be joking. This stone house doesn't belong to us. Anyone can come in to take shelter from the rain. One of the handsome young men smiled. The other man and woman didn't say anything. It seemed that they couldn't see anything from Chunzong. However, the man frowned slightly. It seemed that he didn't like Chunzong's arrival, or that he didn't like people unrelated to them entering the stone house. Thank you. As Chunzong spoke, he didn't stop walking. He directly stepped into the stone house and sat down in a corner. With his back against the wall, he turned his hand and a pot of wine appeared. While drinking, Chunzong also looked at the pouring rain outside. Chapter 1276. There were 2 men and 1 woman from the 8-star force, Mountain River Palace. All of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. As for their strength, it was hard to tell without fighting. After all, from what Chunzong had learned, the cultivators in the true martial upper territory had a higher level of attainment in martial arts. They were able to unleash their power through martial arts more thoroughly and with more power. There was a saying that when comparing the strength of the cultivators of the true martial upper region and the sky pillar upper region, the cultivators of the true martial upper region would usually be stronger if they cultivated the same cultivation method and cultivation level. This was because of martial arts. The function of martial arts was to unleash one's potential and even communicate with the world to draw in the world's yuan qi. In turn, the power of the world would be stronger. The handsome young man who greeted Chunzong was Su Zhanlong. The man who ignored Chunzong was Su Li. The woman was Ouyang Ting. The 3 of us planned to challenge the true martial battle tablet in the true martial giant city. Su Zhanlong said to Chunzong with a smile, Brother Chunzong, are you going as well? Chunzong nodded. May I know which force you are from? Su Li's voice was a little sharp. I'm not from the true martial upper region, Chunzong replied. The 3 of them were surprised. Brother Chun, are you from the sky pillar upper region? Su Zhanlong asked. That's right, Chunzong said, not avoiding the topic. The sky pillar upper region and our true martial upper region are separated by the sky pillar river. You can travel back and forth by crossing the river. Geniuses from the sky pillar upper region often come to our true martial upper region to train, Su Zhanlong said with a smile. Only those from the sky pillar upper region would take the initiative to train in our true martial upper region. Geniuses from our true martial upper region won't go there unless it's necessary. If they want to go, they'll go to the eternal upper region. No one knew if Su Li had a problem with the sky pillar upper region or if he was interested in Chunzong. Senior Brother Su, everyone knows that the sky pillar upper region's overall martial arts level is balanced. Ouyang Ting glanced at Chunzong and said with a faint smile. She didn't look down on him, but she didn't care either. The Tao of cultivation is always about going to the higher region. Brother Chun, to put it simply, they were looking down on the Heaven Pillar Upper Province's martial skills and deliberately belittling them. At the same time, they were also belittling the cultivators of the Heaven Pillar Upper Province. Junior Brother Su, nothing is absolute. Before Chunzong could say anything, Su Zhanlong interrupted. The cultivation of the sky pillar upper region is more balanced, so there won't be any shortcomings. Moreover, there are many geniuses in the sky pillar upper region who are comparable to our true martial upper region. Chunzong could feel that Su Zhanlong didn't look down on him or the sky pillar upper region. His words were appropriate. Su Li's words were full of disdain. Ouyang Ting's attitude was a little frivolous. She didn't look down on Chunzong, but she didn't care. Chunzong didn't get angry because Su Zhanlong's attitude was good. Of course, he didn't pay attention to Su Li and Ouyang Ting. Instead, he ignored them and chatted with Su Zhanlong. The topic of their conversation was naturally related to the true martial battle tablet. What Qinzong learned in the restaurant in River Marshal City was, after all, one-sided. The Zhenwu battle tablet was said to have existed since the ancient times. As for its origin, no one knew for sure. The true martial colossal city was where many people came to watch and challenge the true martial battle tablet. It gradually became a gathering place. As time passed, it evolved into a city and then a colossal city. The true martial colossal city was the most ancient colossal city in the true martial upper region. It was also one of the 3 most powerful colossal cities in the true martial upper region. The true martial battle tablet opened once every 10 years. Every time it opened, it would attract geniuses from all over the world. Challenging the true martial battle tablet was challenging oneself and also challenging others. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a grand occasion, an invisible confrontation between geniuses of the same generation as well as geniuses of the previous generation? One should be hot-blooded at a young age. If one's heart was already past its prime, how could one cultivate? One should just dig a hole and bury oneself in it. After learning that Qinzong had just come from the Sky Pillar upper region to gain experience, Su Zhanlong seemed to want Qinzong to know more about the true martial upper region. He started talking nonstop as soon as the topic was brought up. Qinzong realized that Su Zhanlong seemed to be a chatterbox. However, Qinzong didn't feel annoyed because the content of Su Zhanlong's words were quite interesting. Allowing Qinzong to gain a deeper understanding of the true martial upper region would also be helpful for his training. The rain stopped for the entire night. The first rays of the morning sun rose from the east, illuminating the world and dispelling the darkness and chill. Brother Chun, since you're also going to challenge the true martial battle tablet, why don't you come with us? Su Zhanlong invited with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Su, but I'm used to being alone. Qinzong politely refused. After saying that, he cupped his fists at Su Zhanlong before turning around and walking out of the stone house. He quickly left with a movement technique. Ignorant, Su Li coldly shouted. Maybe he thinks that his strength is outstanding and doesn't want to be with us. Ouyang Ting smiled with a hint of ridicule. Outstanding strength. Su Li coldly snorted and smiled disdainfully. When we reach the true martial colossal city, I'll fight him with only one hand. Let's see if he dares. Senior brother Su, maybe he won't be able to reach the true martial colossal city. Ouyang Ting smiled. Su Zhanlong helplessly shook his head, but he couldn't say anything because he knew Su Li's temperament. If he ignored him, it would be fine, but if he did, it would only make Su Li even angrier. With Su Zhanlong's explanation, Qinzong's route became more efficient, but also more dangerous. During this period, Qinzong encountered a monster beast riot. Fortunately, it was only a small-scale one, and they were all general-grade monster beasts equivalent to transcendent realm cultivators. They posed no threat to Qinzong at all, and he killed them all. They also encountered bandits, and although they weren't weak, they were still killed by Qinzong. After all, Saint Realm Masters generally didn't become bandits, and even if they did, they wouldn't attack Transcendence. Doing so would only lower their status, unless there was a huge benefit. There were dangers, but Qinzong managed to overcome them all. The closer he got to the true martial colossal city, the more people Qinzong encountered. There were men, women, old, and young, all of them either alone or in groups, each of them exuding a strong aura. The purpose of these people was naturally to go to the true martial colossal city, either to challenge the true martial battle tablet or to observe it. It could be regarded as a participation in this once-in-a-decade event. With so many people, it was inevitable that there would be friction and conflict. About 2 days before reaching the true martial colossal city, Qinzong passed through a mountain valley and felt an astonishing aura fluctuation. Obviously, someone was fighting. Qinzong also took a few glances as he passed by. Both sides of the battle were young men, one using a long saber and the other a long spear. Saber chi filled the air with an extremely cold aura. The saber chi was sharp and unparalleled. On the other hand, The golden long spear was a combination of dexterity and dominance. It was as agile as a snake and as domineering as a python. It pierced through thousands of saber chi and turned into a dazzling golden light, piercing through the air and shooting toward Chunzong. Chunzong stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. When he fought with those bandits before, although they were easily killed by him, it was because the gap between their levels was too big. Chunzong also felt that their martial arts attainments were quite extraordinary. Now, the martial arts attainments displayed by the two sides in front of him were also extraordinary. On the surface, nothing could be seen. Only those who had reached a high enough realm could understand it. Saber chi and saber chi were everywhere, blocking the surroundings in an ingenious way. They were directly enveloped by the saber and attacked. As for the thrust of the spear, it seemed ordinary, but the body of the spear was rotating. It contained several changes and blending of forces and finally gathered at the tip of the spear. It pierced through the layers of saber chi and saber chi with a dexterous and domineering force. Chunzong's martial arts attainments were very high, and his realm was also very high. Therefore, he could see the profundity of the two men's moves. There was indeed something unique about them. The true martial upper province was best at martial arts. It was richer and more brilliant than the sky pillar upper province. However, it was not outstanding in terms of cultivation techniques. After watching for a quarter of an hour, Chunzong withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. From the two men's exchange, Chunzong had already determined their strength levels. They were equivalent to Fu Yunxiao's level, but their martial arts were more exquisite than Fu Yunxiao's. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chunzong passed through a forest and saw the outline of a wide and tall city wall in front of him. As he got closer, he could feel the ancient aura of vicissitudes. The city wall seemed dim and dull, but at the same time, it was majestic and simple. It was covered with mottled traces of time. Figures in dark iron battle armor stood on the tall city wall. Their backs were straight like long spears that pointed to the sky. Their bodies were filled with an astonishing aura that seemed to have merged with the long spears in their hands. It was as if they were going to pierce through the clouds. On the left and right sides of the huge city gate, there were 5 dark iron battle armor guards with dark iron spears standing guard. The true martial battle tablet opened once every 10 years. Every time it opened, it would attract cultivators from all over. These cultivators had different personalities, so it was inevitable that some unnecessary conflicts would occur, resulting in chaos and casualties. Therefore, every time the true martial battle tablet opened, the true martial battle guards of the true martial colossal city would be dispatched to guard various parts of the city to prevent people from causing trouble. Every true martial battle guard was very strong. They had reached the level of semi-sage realm. They were at least low-level semi-sage realm. Moreover, they had gone through hundreds of battles, so their strength was much stronger than ordinary low-level semi-sage realm experts. In addition, not only were the true martial battle guards outstanding individually, but they also had a tacit understanding of teamwork. The more people there were, the more terrifying their combined strength was. It was rumored that the commander of the true martial battle guards was a powerhouse in the Saint Realm, while the city lord of the true martial colossal city was a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Realm. Strength was the foundation of prestige. With such great strength, they weren't any weaker than an 8-star force. They could even contend with a 9-star force. Naturally, no one would dare to cause trouble here, especially under the watchful eyes of the true martial battle guards. Chapter 1277. A tyrannical aura pervaded in all directions and intertwined with each other in the air, forming an invisible big net that covered the entire Zhenwu megacity. Everything was under the surveillance of this big net. Chunzong was keenly aware that the source of this big net, or rather, the fulcrum of this big net, existed in the body of every Zhenwu battle guard. It was the integration of their aura and soul sense that created this big net that monitored the whole city. In this way, wouldn't everything be under the surveillance of the Zhenwu battle guards? Chunzong, who was just about to enter the city, could not help but feel a little confused. No matter if it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, they would not want their privacy to be exposed. For example, who would want to be monitored when they were resting? For example, who would want to be watched when they were cultivating? Chunzong did not know the specifics, so he decided to enter the city first. Stepping into the Zhanwu megacity, Chunzong could feel the difference. Huge. Every building was huge, standing tall like an obelisk, standing between heaven and earth. Chunzong was not in a hurry to see the Zhanwu battle tablet, but first found a place to stay. After all, it took him a month to get to the Zhanwu megacity, and there was still half a month before the Zhanwu battle tablet opened. During this half a month, he could not just eat and sleep in the open. There were too many people entering the Zhanwu megacity, causing many restaurants to be filled to the brim. Fortunately, there were hundreds of restaurants in the Zhanwu megacity. Chunzong continuously searched through more than 60 restaurants and finally found a restaurant that still had an empty room. However, there was only one empty room left. Chunzong did not want to continue searching, and no matter what the remaining room was like, there was always a place to stay. Chunzong had stayed in the worst environment, not to mention this city, so it could not be bad. However, the price wasn't cheap at all. It actually cost 10 high-grade primordial stones a day. It was estimated that they were taking advantage of the true Martial Grand Assembly that was held once every 10 years to ruthlessly rip off the guests and make a huge profit. After the true Martial Grand Assembly ended, the price would return to normal. 10 days of high-grade primordial stones a day. Although this price was not low, it was nothing to Chunzong. After all, there were tens of thousands of high-grade primordial stones in Chunzong's storage ring. These high-grade primordial stones were useless to him except for spending them. After all, his super spiritual power was extremely pure, and high-grade primordial stones could not keep up with it. Only the best primordial stones were useful. Chunzong immediately took out 300 upper-grade primordial stones and booked the room for a month. Perhaps the price would drop in half a month, but so what? If it had been in the past when he was tight on money, he would have been more careful with his spending. But now that he had enough money, he would not put his mind on this aspect. Wait, we want this room. When Chunzong was about to take the room key, a rude and unreasonable voice sounded. At the same time, a hand as fast as lightning grabbed the key, trying to snatch it away. Naturally, Chunzong would not let the key be snatched away. He quickly grabbed it with one hand, but only saw that the person's palm changed. It was like a butterfly flying through flowers, dazzling people's eyes. Suddenly, it was like a spirit snake coming out of its hole. It was as fast as lightning, but it was silent and light, showing an amazing martial art. Originally, he thought that his display of this martial technique would be enough to seize that demonic beast. Unexpectedly, his fingers grasped and twisted, and that key actually fell into Chunzong's hands at some unknown time. Hand over the key. The person's eyes emitted a sharp and cold light, like a fierce sword that wanted to pierce Chunzong. Get lost! Chunzong did not want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble. The other party was so rude and unreasonable. Chunzong naturally would not treat him kindly. How dare you tell me to get lost? Do you know who I am? The triangular-eyed young man's expression became colder and colder. His eyes were ferocious, and his tone was extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. Who do you think you are? How dare you treat young Master Ming like this? Do you know that young Master Ming is the nephew of the Iron Martial Military Commander? The female voice next to him was sharp and high-pitched, as if it was going to pierce everyone's eardrums. It was very harsh to listen to, and people could not help but frown. However, what she said caused the expressions of some of the people in the restaurant to change drastically. Sir, how about I return the 300 high-rank source stones to you? You can go to another restaurant and have a look. The waiter of the restaurant whispered to Chunzong. No need, I live here. Chunzong said unhurriedly. What was the Iron Martial Military? Chunzong had heard Su Zhanlo mention it before. It was one of the few 8-star forces in the true martial upper territory. It was a brave army, and its leader, the Iron Martial Military Commander, was a master at the peak of the Saint Realm. In the entire Iron Martial military, there were many Saint Realm Masters. This man was the nephew of the Iron Martial military commander, so he could be considered to have an extraordinary background. In addition, his cultivation was not weak, and his martial arts were profound, so it was no wonder he was so arrogant and domineering. However, this time, he had used his arrogance on the wrong person. Chunzong did not want to take the initiative to provoke trouble, but when trouble came, Chunzong would not back down. It was not his philosophy, nor was it his principles. In other words, it was not his cultivation path, nor was it his sword Dao. To practice the sword Dao, one had to be fearless and courageous. One did not do evil or cause trouble, but one was not afraid of trouble. The restaurant waiter had good intentions and did not want Chunzong to provoke this kind of trouble, but since Chunzong said so, he did not say anything else. He had been a waiter in this restaurant for more than a decade and had seen all kinds of people, so he knew the principle of protecting one's own safety. Reminding Chunzong out of kindness was already the best he could do. Hand over the key, kneel down and kowtow, and I'll spare you this time. The triangular-eyed young man stared at Chunzong with his ferocious eyes. Every word he spoke carried an astonishing chill, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. The air was filled with a cold, murderous intent, making people shudder. "What can you do if you don't spare me?" Chunzong asked back, his eyes looking like he was looking at a retard. Saying so, Chunzong motioned to the restaurant waiter to lead the way to his room. "Good. Very good." Young Master Ming's snake-like, triangular-eyed eyes flashed with an astonishing cold light. They were extremely sharp and vicious. If looks could kill, then Chunzong's back would be riddled with holes. Looking at Chunzong's departing back, young Master Ming's murderous intent soared like magma in a volcano about to erupt from the crater. However, just as his anger and murderous intent were about to erupt, young Master Ming restrained himself. This was because they were in the Zhen Wu giant city. At this very moment, the Zhen Wu battle guards were monitoring the situation in the Zhen Wu giant city. Once he unleashed his power and attacked, the Zhen Wu battle guards would quickly arrive. At best, he would be expelled. At worst, he would be killed. Even the Tiawu army would not be able to save him. The Tiawu army was indeed very strong. Like the Zhen Wu giant city, it could be considered an 8-star force. However, the Zhen Wu giant city had a longer history and a deeper foundation. Moreover, he was only the nephew of the Tiawu army's general, not his biological son. The significance was different. If he was expelled, he would lose face. The Tiawu army's general would also lose face. He would also lose the right to challenge the Zhen Wu battle tablet. If he was killed, it would be even worse. He would lose everything. Endure. Endure first. I will definitely kill you. After secretly swearing in his heart, young Master Ming left with the girl in a rage. "Sir, you shouldn't have had a conflict with young Master Ming just now." The waiter couldn't help but speak up again. Although he doesn't dare to take action in the Zhen Wu giant city, he will definitely take action after leaving the city. At that time, it will be troublesome. "What is the background of this young Master Ming?" Chunzong asked with a smile. He only knew that this person was the nephew of the Tiawu army's general. He didn't know anything else. He is the nephew of the Tiawu army's general and a member of the Tiawu army. In the Tiawu army, he and the young master are known as the Tiawu duo. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, and he once fought a low-level half-saint master without losing. However, it is said that he holds grudges and is ruthless. He is also known as the Viper. This waiter could be considered well-informed. In fact, the waiter of every restaurant was more well-informed than the average cultivator. After all, every day, cultivators would come to the restaurant to eat or stay. If there were no secrets in their conversations, they would not deliberately hide it. Therefore, as a waiter of a restaurant, he would hear different news every day. The waiter of the restaurant was also a cultivator. Although his strength was not high, as a cultivator, his memory was generally not bad. Listening to the waiter's words, Chunzong just nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Being able to fight a low-level half-saint master without losing meant that this person's talent level was at the marquee level. It was not bad, but that was it. Ordinary king-level geniuses were not his opponents, let alone a trivial marquis. Then what about the strength of the other Qiu duo? Chunzong asked curiously. The other Qiu duo is even more powerful. He is Taijian, known as Zhan Hu. He is now a low-level half-saint master. He once fought and injured a mid-level half-saint master. The waiter's tone was full of admiration and admiration. The strong were often more respected. This was an unchangeable fact, no matter where it was. It was like a principle. Listening to the waiter, this Taijian's talent level might be at the quasi-monarch realm. Of course, it was also possible that he was at the monarch realm. However, even if he was at the monarch realm, Chunzong would not care too much. If he was not at the king level, he would not be qualified to care about him. This was his capital. Do you know anything about other geniuses? Tell me about them. Chunzong asked again. Hearing Chunzong's words, the shop assistant seemed to have found a confidant. He immediately began to list out all the geniuses he knew, as if he was very familiar with them. Every genius's name, birth, age, hobbies, and so on were clearly mentioned. Chunzong did not interrupt the waiter. Instead, he listened carefully to make a simple judgment about the level of geniuses in the Zhenwu Upper Territory. He spoke for nearly 2 hours, until his mouth and tongue were dry. Only then did the waiter stop. He had spoken for dozens of geniuses. Sir, that's all I know. I have to go back to work. Otherwise, I will be reprimanded by the shopkeeper. The waiter also realized that he had wasted a lot of time. He hurriedly said and was about to leave. Wait a moment, Chunzong said. He immediately took out 10 upper-grade primordial stones and handed them to the waiter as a reward and compensation for the time he had wasted. Chapter 1278. When the city gates opened, people came from all directions. That night, Chunzong rested for a while before leaving the restaurant and heading to the Zhenwu battalion. The Zhenwu battle tablet only opened once every 10 years, so it was unknown how many people would come to challenge it. But each time, it could only accommodate a limited number of challengers, only 10. The duration of the challenges varied, so on average, it could only accommodate 200 or 300 challengers per day. Even if it opened continuously for an entire month, it could only accommodate a few thousand challengers. However, the number of challengers who came numbered in the thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Therefore, an assessment was set up. Only those who passed the assessment of the Zhenwu Giant Cities Battalion were qualified to challenge the Zhenwu Battle Tablet. Otherwise, they would become spectators. In addition to being qualified, it was also a ranking of challengers, so it was impossible for everyone to compete and disturb the order. When he arrived at the battalion, there were already many people waiting to take the assessment. After Chunzong received his number plate, he sat down and waited. In front of him, there were still 38 people who had yet to take the assessment. One by one, the challengers entered the battalion to take the assessment. The number of people in front of Chunzong gradually decreased, but the number of people behind him kept increasing. Brother Chun, we meet again. A pleasantly surprised voice rang out. Chunzong turned his head and revealed a smile. Su Zhanlong. Since Su Zhanlong was here, naturally Su Li and Ouyang Ting were also here. Seeing Chunzong, Su Li frowned again, as if he didn't want to see Chunzong. Ouyang Ting curled her lips slightly, somewhat surprised that this person didn't die on the way, but she didn't say anything. Su Li and Ouyang Ting ignored Chunzong, and of course, Chunzong didn't pay attention to them. After chatting with Su Zhanlong for a while, he continued to wait for the assessment. Soon, it was Chunzong's turn. Brother Su, I'm going in. Chunzong stood up and said. Good. I believe you can pass the assessment, Su Zhanlong smiled. As if, Su Li said disdainfully. Without even looking at Su Li, Chunzong walked into the battalion. Cultivation. The battalion was spacious, and in order to facilitate the assessment, a burly man in black iron battle armor stood nearby and asked coldly. Next to the burly man were 3 other people with different auras. The peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm, Chunzong said. You can only pass the test if you can last 10 breaths of time against a low-level half-saint, the burly man said directly. If an ordinary peak, transcendent realm cultivator faced an ordinary low-order half-saint, not to mention 10 breaths of time, they would be defeated or even killed in a single breath. After all, under normal circumstances, the gap between the limit of the transcendent realm and the low-order half-saint realm was quite obvious. Come, you can attack, defend, or dodge. As long as you can last 10 breaths of time against me without being defeated, you pass. One of the three walked out with a smile on his youthful face. This person was a low-level half-saint among the three examiners. As for the other two, one was a mid-level half-saint, while the other was a high-level half-saint. Pay attention, I'm going to make my move. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up into a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately struck out with his palm. Asterisk calm. Asterisk it was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was as if a hurricane was raging in all directions. It directly filled Chun Zong's body and completely sealed off the area within a radius of 10 meters. An extremely terrifying force began to rotate inwards from 10 meters away, and an astonishing force continued to press towards the center from all directions. As such, Chun Zong was unable to dodge because the power was extremely powerful, sweeping everything in all directions towards the center. He could only face this attack head-on. As soon as this move was used, Chun Zong was a little surprised. The power of this palm strike was quite good, but it was only slightly stronger than an ordinary peak transcendent realm cultivator, not quite at the level of a low-order half-saint. However, this palm strike was extremely exquisite, and its application of strength was superb. If Chun Zong really only had the strength of a peak transcendent realm cultivator, he would have been defeated in an instant. Unfortunately, Chun Zong wasn't. Facing this palm strike, Chun Zong had no intention of dodging and simply sent out a palm strike. However, Chun Zong had just said that his cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent realm, so he didn't use his dragon force and instead used his ultra spirit energy. Asterisk calm. Asterisk the power released by Chun Zong in this palm strike was slightly weaker than his opponent's, but he was able to concentrate a high degree of strength into his palm and rotate it in a mysterious way, bursting out with even more power. In terms of application of strength and martial arts attainment, Chun Zong was superior. Asterisk pung. Asterisk the two palms collided. Chun Zong didn't move, but the countenance of that person drastically changed. He instantly unleashed an even greater amount of energy as he slammed his palms down, blasting towards Chun Zong once more. The transfer of strength was extremely smooth, without the slightest bit of reluctance, once again displaying profound martial arts skills. However, for Chun Zong, this was all there was to it. Without using any profound martial arts or drawing his sword, Chun Zong simply pressed his palm against the void, using his ultra spirit energy to compress and shatter everything in its path. When the two palms collided again, the low-order half-saint's arm trembled as he felt a terrifying force rush towards him. The force spread throughout his arm, making it difficult for him to gather his strength, and could only retreat continuously in order to disperse the force. After retreating 3 steps, the half-saint felt his arm go numb. You've passed the assessment. The half-saint knew that he couldn't defeat his opponent. This was a super genius. The half-saint immediately handed a token to Chun Zong. This token was half the size of his palm and was completely black with a number on it, 3,358. In other words, before Chun Zong, 3,357 people had passed the assessment and obtained the qualifications to challenge the true martial battle tablet. According to the test, just now, those who wanted to pass had to be true geniuses. Sure enough, it was amazing. After all, there were still more than 10 days left. Perhaps thousands of people would pass the assessment. With the number token, Chun Zong strode away. This kid can at least rank in the top 100 of this battle tablet challenge, the half-saint said in a serious tone. Top 100. The half-saint who fought with Chun Zong suddenly changed his expression and quickly said, "That's impossible. It'll be good enough if he can rank in the top 1,000. Didn't you notice that he has a sword at his waist?" The half-saint's eyes were clear as he said, thoughtfully, "Sword." The young man only just realized. A cultivator who carried a sword either did it for the sake of looking good, but those who pursued flashy without substance were generally not very powerful. The other situation was that he was better at swordsmanship. Without drawing his sword, Chunzong was able to force him to retreat with his palm. It should be known that there was a gap between his cultivation and Chunzong's. Maybe he can rank in the top 100, the young man said to himself. "Brother Chun, you passed the assessment, right?" Seeing Chunzong walk out, Su Zhanlong went up to him with a smile. In his opinion, since Chunzong dared to leave the sky-bearing upper province to train in the true martial upper province, he must be quite capable. It shouldn't be difficult for him to pass the assessment. "I passed," Chunzong said with a smile as he waved the token in his hand. His words immediately attracted the attention of many people. It should be known that half a month had passed since the assessment of the combat division. Many people would be assessed every day, but not many passed. The percentage was not high. The corner of Su Li's eyes twitched as he snorted. Ouyang Ting was a little surprised, but she didn't say anything. It was just an assessment. It wasn't anything special. "Brother Su, I'll take my leave first. I hope you passed the assessment," Chunzong said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Su Zhanlong, he left the combat division. After leaving the combat division, Chunzong didn't rush back to the restaurant. Instead, he walked on the wide streets of the true martial colossal city to feel the aura of this colossal city. As one of the 3 colossal cities in the true martial upper province, the true martial colossal city was very prosperous. Under the night sky, thousands of lights bloomed in the true martial colossal city, dazzling and enchanting. Men and women walked under the illumination of thousands of lights, as if they were divine light. Due to the true martial grand assembly, which was held once every 10 years, the flow of people in the true martial colossal city was more than 10 times higher than usual. They walked and stopped, leisurely, and enjoyed the aura and charm of this ancient colossal city. The true martial colossal city was the oldest city in the true martial upper province. Its foundation was astonishing, and its aura was very rich. It was simple and unadorned. "Brother, he's the one who looked down on our iron martial army." A sharp voice sounded and entered Chunzong's ears. Then 2 terrifying auras fell on Chunzong. One of the auras was sinister and cold, while the other was fierce and violent. Chunzong looked over and saw 2 figures walking through the crowd and stopping Chunzong. One of them was unfamiliar, and the other was familiar. It was the nephew of the Iron Martial Army's general, Tai Ming. He was staring at Chunzong with his cold eyes, as if he wanted to pierce through him. The other person was tall and strong, and his aura was fierce. His eyes were extremely bright, and his rough face carried an indescribable power, just like a fierce tiger. A name appeared in Chunzong's mind. War Tiger Taijan. It was the son of the Iron Martial Army's general. What right do you have to look down on the Iron Martial Army? Taijan's eyes emitted an incomparably terrifying light, filled with a terrifying killing intent. He was as terrifying as a wild demon tiger. His astonishing aura was vigorous and fierce to the extreme. It was like a fierce storm, crazily attacking Chunzong. His words were like the roar of a tiger and like the roar of thunder. Looking down on the Iron Martial Army? Chunzong himself had never expressed any thoughts or statements of looking down on the Iron Martial Army. All of this was obviously made up by Tai Ming. He was nothing but a sinister villain. The brain is a good thing. Chunzong didn't explain because it was useless and it wasn't worthwhile to explain. He just played it down. Taijan's long hair suddenly fluttered when he heard this. He seemed like an angry tiger, and an extremely shocking, imposing aura burst out from his body. His gaze was extremely ferocious, and it seemed like he wanted to tear Chunzong apart. The imposing aura of a low-level half-saint shook the surroundings like storm. The terrible aura rushed out, and many people around were shocked to stop and look. They pointed and whispered. Some people recognized Taijan and exclaimed, If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't dare to fight, then get out of my way. Shenzong was not afraid at all. Not to mention that fighting was not allowed in Zhenwu Giant City. Even if it was allowed, Shenzong was not afraid at all. Chapter 1279. Taijian did not dare to make a move in the end, because this was the Zhenwu megacity. If he made a move, he might not be killed because he was the son of the Iron Martial Army's commander, but he would definitely be expelled. If he was expelled from the Zhenwu megacity at this time, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose the opportunity to challenge the Zhenwu battle tablet. It was a very unpleasant feeling to be unable to vent one's anger. Especially for someone like Taijian, it was extremely uncomfortable and oppressive. His eyes were so ferocious that no one dared to look him in the eye. However, Shenzong did not pay any attention to him and left on his own. In the Zhenwu megacity, Shenzong could not make a move. Otherwise, he would be expelled or killed. It would not be good. After wandering around for more than an hour, Shenzong returned to his room in the inn. This room was relatively ordinary. The best rooms had been booked by others. However, to Shenzong, this environment was not bad. In an instant, Shenzong removed all distracting thoughts and started to comprehend. Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was cultivated to the 7th level. Although he had comprehended the 8th and 9th level, he had reached a limit. It was very difficult to improve further unless he had enough experience to stimulate his potential. Shenzong came out of train for this purpose. He did not cultivate the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique, but he could cultivate other aspects. For example, swordsmanship, body movement, etc. However, this room was not suitable for cultivating swordsmanship. Shenzong comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra. However, the comprehension efficiency of the Heart Sword Sutra was not high. In a year's time, Shenzong only expanded the Heart Realm from 3 meters to 4 meters. The expansion of the Heart Realm increased the coverage of the Heart Realm. That was all. Shenzong did not know what would happen if he continued to comprehend and expand the Heart Sword Sutra. However, the Heart Sword Sutra had helped him a lot. It was necessary for him to continue comprehending until he completely comprehended it. Heart Sword Saint. Shenzong reckoned that this was once a supreme expert of the Great Saint Realm, and he was not inferior to the Aeon Ice Empress. In the following days, Shenzong would occasionally go out to eat some delicious food and walk around the Zhenwu Giant City. As for the Zhenwu Battle Tablet, it was completely sealed off. It was impossible to get close to it. From a distance, one could only see a sword-shaped tablet standing on the ground, like a giant sword pointing to the sky, exuding an unparalleled, mysterious, and powerful aura. From a distance, Shenzong could feel the aura that seemed to come from the primordial times. He was greatly shocked. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it from a close distance. He could only wait until it opened. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day. Tomorrow would be the opening day of the Zhenwu Battle Tablet. The sky was starting to brighten. It should have still been a dream, but Zhenwu City was bustling with activity. Today was the opening day of the Zhenwu Battle Tablet. Naturally, everyone woke up early, packed up quickly, and set off. Some of them didn't sleep at all last night and had already waited outside the Zhenwu Battle Tablet. For transcendence, as long as they didn't fight or comprehend profound mysteries, they could stay awake for several days and nights without any problems. It's finally opening. Yeah, I've been here all day. Everyone was excited. The Zhenwu battle guards were also mobilized. Half of them were gathered around the Zhenwu battle tablet, forming a defensive barrier. As for the other Zhenwu battle guards, they were distributed around the Zhenwu giant city to prevent malicious people from taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. Under the Zhenwu battle guard's order, no one dared to break in. Everyone entered in order and approached the Zhenwu battle tablet. Shenzong slowly walked forward in the crowd. The aura of the Zhenwu battle tablet became more and more obvious and stronger. The Zhenwu battle tablet was pitch black and 100 meters tall. It stood on the ground and seemed to be integrated with the entire Zhenwu giant city. When a Zhenwu giant city was built, The aura of the Zhenwu battle tablet was indeed integrated into it. Over time, the two became connected and became one. Everyone was stopped a kilometer away from the Zhenwu battle tablet and couldn't get any closer. Qinzong gazed at the Zhenwu battle steel and slightly raised his head to look at it. The Zhenwu battle steel was a single entity. Although it was only 100 meters tall, it had a majestic aura of 10,000 meters. It was as if an ancient sword mountain was standing tall and suppressing everything. Qinzong also noticed that there were many pale golden words from top to bottom on the Zhenwu battle tablet. They were names. According to what Su Zhanlong had said, the names left behind by the challengers of the Zhenwu battle tablet were a kind of record. Therefore, not everyone could leave behind a golden name. Only the champion of each session had the qualification to do so. Qinzong stared at the pale golden names, looking from top to bottom one by one. Heavenly Lord Jiang, Shi Liken, Zhang Zichu. There weren't many names, only 39 in total. Qinzong couldn't help but have a question. According to what Su Zhanlong had said, the Zhenwu Battle Monument had existed for many years, and it only opened once every 10 years. In that case, there should be a winner every time. If that was the case, why were there only 39 names on the Zhenwu Battle Monument? Could it be that the Zhenwu Battle Tablet had only been opened 39 times? It didn't make sense. At least from what Qinzong knew, the Zhenwu Battle Tablet had been opened more than 100 times. No less than 100 times, but only 39 names were on it. Su Zhanlong's estimation was not accurate enough. It wasn't that Su Zhanlong deliberately hid it, but that even he misunderstood it. However, Qinzong didn't want to dig into it because there was no need to. What good would it do him to figure out the reason? Probably not. Since that was the case, why should he waste his time on it? At this moment, 4 figures quickly flew over from the city lord's mansion and stopped at the 4 corners of the Zhenwu battle tablet. Each of them exuded an astonishing aura. Qinzong noticed that the aura of one of the figures was the strongest. In comparison, it was not inferior to the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain. It was probably the city lord of Zhenwu Giant City. As for the other 3, although they were not as strong as the city lord of Zhenwu Giant City, their auras were also very powerful. They were all Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. The 4 figures all exuded an astonishing aura. They formed seals with their hands, and a series of seals condensed in the void, exuding a dazzling brilliance like the scorching sun. Open. An earth-shattering sound rang out, as if it came from beyond the heavens. It was as mighty as thunder, and it reverberated through the void. Rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly, like the roar of thunder and the powerful tsunamis. The 4 seals instantly blasted down and hit the Zhenwu battle tablet. Suddenly, the Zhenwu battle tablet shone brightly. The 39 names on it seemed to have detached themselves from the battle tablet and flew around it, emitting an unparalleled golden light that illuminated all directions. Each golden name released a different aura fluctuation. Mighty, vigorous, overbearing, tricky, cold, mysterious, icy, scorching, violent, pure, ethereal, peaceful, dark. After about 10 breaths, the 39 golden names fell down again and were branded on the Zhenwu battle tablet. The Zhenwu battle tablet was now covered in a layer of golden light that flowed on the 100-meter-tall tablet like water. The Zhenwu battle tablet has been opened. Enter according to your token number. Only 10 people are allowed to enter at a time. Those who violate the order will be expelled immediately. The city lord of Zhenwu's voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was deafening as it blasted into everyone's ears. I'm number 1. Move. I'm number 2. I'm number 5. The first batch of people to enter was numbered 1 to 10, each of them filled with excitement as they held their tokens and walked up to the true martial battle tablet. After passing their tokens to the Saint Realm true martial battle guards, they were allowed to pass and walk to the bottom of the true martial battle tablet. These 10 people stood around the Zhenwu battle tablet in order, stretched out their hands, and pushed their spirit chi towards the battle tablet. Suddenly, An invisible force spread out, and the bodies of these 10 people were covered in a watery golden light, as if they had become one with the battle tablet. At the same time, the 39 golden names on the Zhenwu battle tablet quickly shrank and began to appear one by one, from top to bottom, a total of 1,000 names. Those 1,000 names were left behind by those who had challenged the Zhenwu battle tablet in the past. They were the top 1,000 names since ancient times. Since ancient times, the Zhenwu battle monument had been opened every 10 years. Up until now, it had been opened countless times. Every time, there would be thousands of people participating in the challenge. Perhaps there would be hundreds of thousands of people or even millions of people participating in the challenge. And these 1,000 people were considered as the most outstanding ones. One had to know that in order to challenge the Zhenwu battle tablet, one must first pass the assessment of the Zhenwu Giant Cities Battle Division. This assessment alone was enough to eliminate most people. Only a small number of people were qualified, and these small number of people could be called true geniuses, elites among geniuses. Among hundreds of thousands, or even millions of elite geniuses, it was easy to imagine how outstanding the best 1,000 people were. Of the 1,000 names, 39 were golden and exuded a golden light. Below them were silver-white names, about 100 or so. Below them were bronze names, about 300 in number, and below there were black iron names. Gold is the highest and black iron is the lowest. How are they judged? Qinzong was secretly curious. On the other hand, among the names of the same color, was there a difference between high and low? Perhaps he would only know when he challenged the Zhenwu battle tablet. Everyone had their own thoughts and ideas. Some were watching quietly, while others were whispering to each other in low voices. After about 10 breaths, suddenly, one of the golden lights shattered and a figure was bounced back by an invisible force. In an instant, he was sent flying more than 10 meters away from the Zhenwu battle tablet and sat on the ground. So short, there's definitely no ranking. Seeing that person being bounced back, someone suddenly whispered. The person who was bounced back had a confused look on his face. After 3 breaths, he came to his senses and realized that he had failed the challenge. His result was terrible, and he could not help but smile bitterly. Chapter 1280. Not long after, the first batch of 10 challengers was pushed back by the power of the Zhenwu battle tablet. They stared at the tablet, but there was no change. They knew that they would not be able to make it to the top 1,000 challengers. After retreating, the second batch of challengers immediately stepped in and pressed their hands on the Zhenwu battle tablet. Their bodies were surrounded by a golden light as if they were one with the tablet. There were 10 batches in a row. The longest lasted for about half an hour, and the shortest lasted for about 30 to 40 breaths. However, no one was able to make it to the ranking list. Qinzong calculated the time and number. He realized that he would be ranked at least 10 days later. He could not stay here for 10 days. It would be better to go back to the restaurant and cultivate. When he was free, he would come back to check the situation. Since he had made up his mind, Qinzong did not delay. He immediately turned around and left. There were many people like Qinzong who left. After all, outsiders could not see the details of the Zhenwu battle tablet. They could only see if they could make it to the ranking list after the challenge. In this way, there was nothing to see. It was better to take advantage of the time to cultivate. Maybe they could get a better result and make it to the ranking list. Even if they did not want to make it to the overall ranking list, they wanted to at least make it to the current ranking list. After returning to the restaurant, Qinzong studied the Heart Sword Sutra, sword art, movement art, and so on. One day later, he left the restaurant again and went to the Zhenwu battle tablet to have a look. The original 1,000 names on the Zhenwu battle tablet had disappeared. It was replaced by another ranking list with 11 names. It was faintly filled with a white halo. Qinzong glanced at it. He was surprised and curious. How could one make it to the ranking list after challenging the Zhenwu battle tablet? He could only find out when he challenged it himself. Fierce wind spear Lin's song. Exclamations sounded. Suddenly, people's eyes fell on one of the challengers who walked out of the crowd and was about to start the challenge. This person was tall and slender, with a big blue spear on his back. He was emitting an amazing aura, as if there were gusts of wind surrounding him. Chunzong narrowed his eyes. His strong perception told him that this person was extraordinary. The fierce wind spear approached the Zhenwu battle steel with an imposing aura. He pressed his hands on the steel, and his body was suddenly covered in golden light. Chunzong did not leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to see if this famous Gale spear could be ranked on this year's list. Time passed slowly, and the challengers who had participated together with Storm Spear Linsong were defeated one after another. Only Linsong was still holding on. 15 minutes later, Linsong was still persevering. It was not until half an hour later that the golden light on Linsong's body began to fluctuate, as if it would shatter at any moment. Once the golden light shattered, the challenge would be over. After about 30 breaths of time, the golden light on Linsong's body shattered. A powerful force rebounded and immediately bounced Linsong away. However, Linsong's reaction was very agile. His figure fell back like a gust of wind. He did not seem to be in a sorry state at all. It was as if he had retreated by himself. Linsong's eyes were sharp as he stared at the Zhenwu battle tablet. He saw a white light flickering on the tablet, as if it was coming from all directions. It was as if an invisible knife was carving on the tablet. Linsong. A name appeared in the 12th position. Seeing his name appear, Linsong immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally on the ranking list. Being on the ranking list would not only make a name for himself, but also have a chance of being chosen by a strong martial artist or a sect. In short, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Chunzong turned and left, returning to the restaurant to continue comprehending. One day after another passed. Basically, Chunzong would come to the true martial battle steel every day after he finished cultivating. He would stay for a quarter of an hour or two to take a look. 10 days later, there were already more than 300 names on the true martial battle steel. Moreover, among these 300 names, there were more than a dozen names with a black iron light. This meant that these people had a chance of being ranked in the top 1,000 of the overall ranking list. Of course, whether they could be ranked in the top 1,000 of the overall ranking list would depend on the final comparison. Right now, there was only hope. The day after tomorrow, it should be my turn, Chunzong secretly said. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, as if something had happened. Waves of exclamations continuously sounded, surprising everyone. The Small Sword King is here. The Small Sword King is here too. Great! I didn't expect to see the Small Sword Kings appear at the same time. Many people were extremely excited. Chunzong's expression changed slightly. Among the dozens of famous geniuses mentioned by the restaurant waiter, there were the so-called Small Sword King and Small Saber King. These two people were called the Small Sword Kings, and they also had another name, Southern Saber and Northern Sword. Because the Small Saber King's force was located in the southern part of the Zhenwu Upper Region, and the Small Sword King's force was located in the northern part of the Zhenwu Upper Region. The Zhenwu Upper Region was like the Sky Pillar Upper Region. There were also 3 9-star forces. The Upper Saber Sect, where the Small Saber King was located, was one of them, and a Flat Sword Palace where the Small Sword King was located was also one of them. The Small Saber King and the Small Sword King were the most outstanding geniuses among the younger generation of the Zhenwu Upper Region. One was proficient in saber techniques and had profound attainments in the saber path, while the other was proficient in sword techniques and had extraordinary attainments in the sword path. It was said that the Small Sword Kings defeated low-level half-saint experts with their peak 9th-level transcendent realm cultivation without relying on external forces and could barely contend with mid-level half-saints. According to this, the Small Saber King and the Small Sword King were monarch-level geniuses. Outside of the Tianyuan sacred region, there weren't many who could be ranked as ancient geniuses, and those who could be ranked as monarch-level geniuses were even rarer. The Small Sword King was dressed in a black robe. His facial lines were distinct and resolute, and he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had an extremely masculine aura, and his body was tall with broad shoulders, giving off a stalwart feeling. He carried a long saber on his back, and with a slight shake of his shoulders, He turned into a wisp of sword light and rushed out of the crowd, approaching the Zhenwu battle tablet. His entire body was suffused with a shocking cold aura, like a heavenly sword that shook the soul. The small Saber King's figure was slender, and he was dressed in white. His appearance was delicate and handsome, like an elegant young master. His figure was tall and straight, and his 10 fingers were white and slender, as if they weren't the hands that held sabers, but the hands that embroidered. He had a long and narrow saber at his waist, and as he took a step, the saber rose and fell in sync with his body, as if connected by blood. As he took a step, there seemed to be the sound of saber humming. The two walked out from different directions and approached the Zhenwu battle tablet, facing each other. One black and one white. One sword and one saber. One tall and one slender. One rugged and one handsome. It was an entirely different contrast. When the two looked into each other's eyes, there seemed to be invisible sparks bursting and sputtering. The small Saber King and the small Sword King dominated the north and south, and the two were already opponents. However, the corners of Chunzong's eyes twitched slightly. Generally speaking, in normal knowledge or normal cultivation, the sword was light and graceful, while the saber's steps were domineering. Of course, there are also some sword techniques that were extremely domineering and some saber techniques that were extremely light and graceful. There were no absolutes in everything. However, no matter how he looked at it now, he felt that it was strange. It seemed that it would be more appropriate to swap them. For example, the black-robed small sword king with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a rugged appearance should be practicing the saber, and was called Small Saber King, while the one with a delicate and handsome face like an elegant young master should be practicing the sword, and was called Small Sword King. Of course, this thought only flashed through Chunzong's mind. One couldn't judge a book by its cover. In the world of cultivators, there are all sorts of oddities. However, in this way, this small sword king with a rugged appearance and the small saber king with a delicate and handsome face like an elegant young master left a very deep impression. Li Longxian, let's compete. The eyebrows on small saber king's handsome face slightly raised, and his eyes radiated a bright light. Sure, small sword king responded without the slightest fear. The two turned around together, and their hands landed on the true martial battle tablet. Golden light spread out and instantly enveloped the two people's bodies. The challenge began. Chunzong didn't leave. He wanted to see how outstanding the famous small twin kings of the true martial upper domain's younger generation were. After all, they were the top geniuses of the true martial upper domain's younger generation. 30 minutes passed, and 8 out of the 10 people had already finished their challenges and were bounced off. Only the small Saber King and the small Sword King continued to challenge, and the golden light surrounding them was very stable. Another 15 minutes passed, and the two people were still challenging. 30 minutes was already the longest challenge time since the true martial battle tablet opened this time. The small Sword King and the small Saber King can definitely rank on the overall ranking. That's right. Not only can they rank on the overall ranking, they can also have a relatively high ranking. Another 15 minutes passed, and the two people were still challenging. 40 minutes. 1 hour. Everyone stared at the two figures enveloped in golden light, and seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. Up until now, apart from the small Sword King and the small Saber King, the longest duration was about 30 minutes, and one could rank on this year's list. Then, these two people both lasted for 40 minutes, and, presumably, it would be even more shocking. Chunzong couldn't help but be somewhat expectant. He wondered what color their names would be when they finished their challenges. White names belonged to the lowest level and were destined to be unable to rank on the overall ranking. Only black iron names had hope, but if it was a bronze name, then it would definitely rank on the overall ranking. If it was a silver name, not only would it rank on the overall ranking, its ranking would also be relatively high. As for names that emitted golden light, that was a supreme honor. Since ancient times, only 39 people were ranked on it. It was very, very difficult to add a new name. At least in the last time, no one had done it. But he didn't know if anyone would be ranked on it this time. At the 5th minute, The golden light on the small saber king and the small sword king fluctuated simultaneously and immediately affected everyone's hearts. They all widened their eyes and held their breaths as they watched. This kind of fluctuation meant that the two people's challenges were about to end. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. It had to be said that the small saber king and the small sword king were very tenacious. Even if they were about to fail, they still stubbornly persisted. 60 breaths. The golden light shattered, and at the same time, a tyrannical power burst forth from the true martial battle tablet, directly bombarding the small saber king and the small sword king. The two people's figures moved simultaneously, each with a different style, but both retreated very calmly. Immediately after, the light on the true martial battle tablet condensed. First, the white light condensed, and a name was engraved on the 300th place. Then, the silver-white light condensed at the very top, and 2 names were engraved. Li Longxian. Chapter 1281. 2 silver-white names stood at the top of the true martial battle tablet, extremely dazzling. Li Longxian was the little sword king's name, while Yi Junfeng was the little saber king's name. Although the 2 names were one above the other, there was actually no difference between their rankings. In short, unless there was a particularly obvious gap, the rankings of the same level on the true martial battle tablet were not the real difference between high and low, but only the order. Of course, the silver-white names were definitely higher than the bronze-white names. Below the 2 silver-white names were a dozen black iron names, and then there were white names, but even the most ordinary white names were yearned for by many. Chunzong withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. According to the current speed, it would be his turn the day after tomorrow, so there were only tonight and tomorrow left, so he had to improve himself as much as possible. Some people left, but others continued to watch. The Little Sword King and Little Saber King had set off a wave of excitement, and people also wanted to see if anyone else could achieve good results. South Saber and North Sword are indeed extraordinary. In a pavilion further away, a Saint Realm Master next to the true martial city Lord smiled slightly. He was one of the City Lord's mansion's elders, and had a Saint Realm intermediate stage cultivation. Although Saint Realm Masters could not participate in the true martial battle tablet test that was held once every 10 years, it did not prevent them from watching. Some Saint Realm Masters also planned to choose disciples to inherit their mantle. Although choosing disciples did not necessarily mean choosing the most talented one, and suitability was more important, if one did not have enough talent, it would be difficult to achieve anything. Temperament and perseverance were indispensable, but so was talent. For example, a little insect with an excellent temperament and perseverance could not become a true dragon even if it worked hard. This was a fundamental difference. No matter how high one's talent was, if one's temperament and perseverance were not good enough, then they would not be able to achieve anything in the end. Similarly, if one's talent was very low or had no talent, then even if one's temperament and perseverance were extremely high, they would still not be able to become a master. At most, they could achieve good results in other aspects, such as business. The Tao of cultivation was a comprehensive Tao, and extraordinary achievements could never be achieved by relying on one aspect. Like a wooden bucket filled with water, the shortcoming was the upper limit. Therefore, if a group of Saint Realm Masters wanted to recruit disciples, they would usually choose from a list. Those who could be listed were already very outstanding. They were very fond of this small Saber King and small Sword King, but unfortunately, they already had a master and were also a 9-star force, so they couldn't covet them. I wonder if there will be someone who can break the previous limit and make their name shine with golden light this time. Another elder sighed. Both small Saber King and small Sword King are unable to do it. It's difficult. There's only one possibility. Oh, that person from Sky Phoenix Mountain. An elder's eyes flashed. They were all Saint Realm Masters, at least at the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm, possessing great strength, but calling a junior who hadn't even reached the Saint Realm was like treating him as an equal. Even the small Saber King and the small Sword King did not make them like this. With Small Saber King and Small Sword King's talent, they would definitely be able to advance to the Saint Rudiment stage in the future. As long as they didn't die prematurely, reaching the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wasn't impossible. They might even be able to reach the late Saint Rudiment stage. Now was now, and the future was in the future. A disciple of Sky Phoenix Mountain. The true martial city's governor frowned slightly before relaxing. As the governor of a city and a master at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, he was already one of the top masters in the true martial upper territory. No matter how talented a junior was, it was difficult for him to treat him as an equal. Unless the other party could also become a master at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage one day, then he would be qualified. However, the true martial city's governor had indeed heard of this disciple of Sky Phoenix Mountain. His reputation was prominent, and he was even more famous than the Small Saber King and the Small Sword King. If the Small Saber King and the Small Sword King were the top geniuses in the true martial upper territory's younger generation, then two words had to be added to describe them, because there was another person, a genius who was publicly acknowledged to be more outstanding than South Saber and North Sword, and that was the disciple of Sky Phoenix Mountain. The three great geniuses were South Saber, North Sword, and Sky Phoenix. South Saber and North Sword were equal, but Sky Phoenix was superior. Sky Phoenix was the strongest person among the younger generation in the true martial upper territory, and no one had any objections. Even the Small Saber King and the Small Sword King had to admit that there was indeed a gap between them and the other party. After Chinzong returned to the restaurant, he immediately eliminated all distracting thoughts and quickly comprehended. The birth of the soul fire allowed Chinzong to better resist external evils. If he did not want to, all distracting thoughts would not be able to affect him at all. Therefore, the speed at which he entered meditation was astonishing. It was like an instinct in his bloodline, and he could do it in an instant. In terms of soul Tao, Chinzong had reached the late stage of the soul gathering realm, and his soul was much stronger than many Saint Rudiment stage masters. It could be said that in terms of soul strength, Chinzong was comparable to a master at the late stage of the Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of comprehension, he was even more outstanding. As he continued to comprehend, bits and pieces of mysteries flowed in his heart and flashed in his mind. The night flew by. Chinzong was in high spirits. After a short rest, he continued to comprehend and did not stop until night fell. Walking out of the restaurant, Chinzong went to the true martial battle tablet again. He wondered how today's challenge was going. When Chinzong arrived at the periphery of the true martial battle tablet, he heard many discussions. The contents of these discussions were almost the same, which surprised Chinzong. A golden name. When he opened his eyes, he saw a name shining with golden light at the top of the true martial battle tablet, above the original two silver-white names. Hong Fengling. Hong Fengling. Chinzong muttered to himself. This seemed to be a female name. A female cultivator could surpass Nandao and Bei Jian and achieve such amazing results. She could definitely rank on the overall ranking, and the original 39 golden names became 40. It was undoubtedly amazing. It was not that Chinzong looked down on female cultivators. In fact, there were many outstanding female cultivators. However, on the whole, the number of female cultivators was fewer than male cultivators. The number of geniuses was also not as many as the number of male cultivators. For a moment, Chinzong was very interested in this genius named Hong Fengling. Nandao and Bei Jian. Zhongfeng broke the previous boundary and competed with their predecessors on the overall ranking. It's really amazing. Chinzong smiled and secretly guessed. Nandao and Bei Jian's geniuses were at the monarch realm. Then, what about Hong Fengling of the Zhongfeng? King realm? Chinzong was not sure. According to what he knew, the possibility of a monarch realm genius appearing in the four upper regions was not high. The possibility of a king realm genius appearing was even lower. However, since the Sky Pillar upper region had a king realm genius like him, it was not impossible for other upper regions to have king realm geniuses. On the Zhenwu battle tablet, in addition to a glittering name, there were many more names, but most of them were white, and one of them was Tai Ming. There were also a few more black names, and one of them was Taijan. In addition, there were 2 more bronze names. As more and more people challenged the battle tablet, more and more geniuses would be able to rank on the overall ranking. The thought flashed through Chunzong's mind, but he did not think too much about it. Soon, it would be his turn to challenge the true martial battle tablet. Genius of the Sky Pillar Upper Region, I advise you not to participate. Otherwise, you'll be humiliated. Tai Ming appeared in front of Chunzong in a flash. His gloomy, triangular eyes stared at Chunzong. His sharp voice made people uncomfortable. Is there a rule that forbids foreign cultivators from challenging the true martial battle tablet? Chunzong asked. No, but you'll be wasting your time if you go. Tai Ming sneered. A good dog doesn't block the way. Chunzong said unhurriedly and walked forward. Tai Ming did not dare to block the way at all. Firstly, Chunzong's aura was so strong that Tai Ming felt unstoppable. Secondly, it was Chunzong's turn to challenge the true martial battle tablet. If he blocked the true martial battle tablet, it would be tantamount to disrupting the order. The consequences would be severe. However, Tai Ming's words made many people pay more attention to Chunzong. He's from the Sky Pillar Upper Region. It's normal for so-called geniuses from the Sky Pillar Upper Region to train in our true martial upper region. However, the Sky Pillar Upper Region is too mediocre. Their geniuses can't be compared to our true martial upper region. That's true. A few years ago, I met a person from the Sky Pillar Upper Region who claimed to be a famous genius in the Sky Pillar Upper Region. He wanted to make a name for himself in our true martial upper region and challenged everywhere. In the end, he was defeated easily. It was extremely embarrassing. The cultivators from the Sky Pillar Upper Region were mediocre. This was the impression that the cultivators from the Sky Pillar Upper Region had for many years. However, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the true martial upper region was not inferior to the Sky Pillar Upper Region in terms of cultivation techniques. However, the true martial upper region was superior in terms of martial techniques. Brilliant martial arts would make one's strength even stronger. As for how Tai Ming knew that Chunzong came from the Sky Pillar Upper Region, it was not a secret. It was easy to investigate. Of course, it was not easy to investigate Chunzong's identity. However, Tai Ming did not investigate in detail. He only looked down on Chunzong after learning that he came from the Sky Pillar Upper Region. Look, it's Man Ba who has been in the limelight recently. Man Ba? The body refinement genius from the Eternal Upper Region? That's right. It's him. Chunzong also looked over and saw a young man wearing a short robe made of tiger skin. He looked very strong, and his muscles bulged, containing extremely shocking strength. Man Ba's hair stood up like steel needles. He had a smile that was not a smile on his face, and his eyes were blazing. When he swept his gaze over, it was as if cold lightning had exploded in the sky. An incomparably tyrannical aura burst out from his strong body. What a powerful aura! Chunzong's sharp senses could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Man Ba. It was as exuberant as magma and was much stronger than his. A body refinement genius from the Eternal Upper Region, Chunzong said inwardly. Unlike the other 3 upper regions, the Eternal Upper Region had its own specialty, body refinement. Chapter 1282. Compared to Chunzong, who was a genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Region, Man Ba from the Eternal Upper Region undoubtedly received more attention. After all, according to past experience, the geniuses from the Sky Pillar Upper Region who came to the true martial upper region to gain experience were usually unable to achieve anything. Most of them were reduced to supporting characters. Even if there were a few outstanding geniuses, they would eventually be defeated by the stronger geniuses of the true martial upper region. The geniuses from the Eternal Upper Region were different. Especially the body-refining geniuses from the Eternal Upper Region, they would often leave a deep impression in the true martial upper region. As the surrounding discussions entered his ears, the smile on Man Ba's face became more and more obvious. He looked at Chunzong provocatively, but Chunzong ignored him. Indeed, Man Ba's blood chi was extremely vigorous and astonishing. Even Chen Zong himself couldn't compare with him. But so what? Body refining wasn't Chen Zong's strongest strength. If it was a real-life and death battle, Man Ba wouldn't be Chen Zong's opponent. The 10 people approached the true martial battle steel and stretched out their hands. They circulated their energy and landed it on the true martial battle steel. Chen Zong only felt his palms tremble. His palms were directly sucked into the steel. As his palms trembled, an indescribable majestic energy rushed out from the steel and spread to his palms. It was as fast as lightning and as fierce as a tide. It spread through Chen Zong's body through his arms. In just an instant, Chen Zong was wrapped in a golden light. The moment his entire body was covered in the golden light, Chen Zong felt his consciousness being pulled by an invisible force. It was as if his consciousness had left his body and was constantly flying forward. It was as if he had entered a strange space with a variety of colors. After what seemed like a long time, but also just a breath's time, Chen Zong felt his consciousness enter a space. That space rapidly expanded, forming a wilderness. The field was boundless and vast. The ground was filled with sand and gravel. Occasionally, green grass would pop up. It looked a little desolate. Traces of invisible energy gathered from all directions. It was as if 100 rivers were returning to the current. It swept over and wrapped around his consciousness. Immediately, Chen Zong felt his body condensing. In other words, the true martial battle tablet sucked his consciousness into this space and then used the power of the true martial battle tablet to create a body for him. It was indeed very mysterious. In this way, even if he died in battle, he wouldn't suffer any losses. It did not take long for the body to materialize. It was identical to Zhang Xian's, but its strength was different. Carefully examining himself, Chen Zong could tell that his current body's cultivation was at the early stage of the transcendent realm. His spirit energy was quite ordinary, only at the early stage of the transcendent realm. As for his physique, it was also at the early stage of the transcendent realm. Sword come. With a low shout, Chen Zong made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand. Countless auras surged, and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword wasn't a heavy sword like the heavy dragon sword. After all, his current body was just a standard one without body tempering, so it didn't possess great strength. Using a heavy sword would only consume more of his strength. Chen Zong hadn't experienced such a weak body for a long time, so he quickly stretched his arms and legs, brandishing his sword a few times to adapt to his new body as soon as possible. The true martial battle tablet also seemed to give Chen Zong some time to adapt to his new body. 10 breaths later, a body condensed several hundred meters in front of Chen Zong. In just 3 breaths, the body was completely condensed. It was an ordinary-looking young man. His expression was dull, and his eyes were dull. He looked like a puppet. However, after 1 breath, the young man seemed to have been endowed with intelligence. His eyes turned and came to life as if he had come to life. His aura also began to spread. Early stage of the transcendent realm. Chen Zong could feel the other party's aura fluctuations. It was a standard early stage transcendent realm cultivation, the same as his current body. Is this my opponent? A long sword also appeared in his opponent's hand, and with a twist of his wrist, the blade trembled and blossomed into a dazzling sword light. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk the moment the sound of wind breaking rang out, a sword light pierced through the air towards Chen Zong. This sword strike was simple yet sharp, a combination of strength and speed. It didn't seem to require any skill, but in fact, it was a profound technique. This kind of swordsmanship was even higher than a standard early-stage transcendent realm cultivators. Chen Zong didn't move and simply raised his sword to block the attack. His opponent's sword immediately changed its form, slashing down like a cloak, but after being blocked by Chen Zong once again, it changed again, transforming into 3 sword images that shot towards him from 3 different directions, each of them exuding an extremely sharp aura, as if 3 masters were attacking at the same time. Chen Zong didn't move, his feet not moving at all, his sword in hand easily resisting all of his opponent's attacks. Although their cultivations were the same, Chunzong's swordsmanship was much higher than his opponent's, and his attainments in the Tao of the sword were not restricted in the slightest. So if he counterattacked, he could easily defeat his opponent. The reason why Chunzong only adopted a defensive posture was because he wanted to see how difficult this true martial battle tablet assessment was and how high his opponent's martial arts attainments were. After about a dozen breaths of time, his opponent used all of his means but was still unable to harm Chunzong. Chunzong also understood his opponent's level and quickly swung his sword. Sword light flashed, and the sky was torn apart like thin paper, and his opponent's body was also split in two. In the next breath, a sudden change occurred. After the two halves of his opponent's body were separated, an endless aura gathered and condensed into two figures, each of them exuding a standard early-stage transcendent realm aura. In other words, Chunzong's opponents increased from 1 to 2. Both of them wielded their swords and directly attacked from the left and right, their swordsmanship brilliant and direct, completely abandoning any unnecessary elegance, and instead focusing solely on killing enemies. Chunzong did not immediately kill his opponent, instead choosing to resist, allowing his opponent to display their full strength, and only after a dozen breaths of time did he counterattack and kill his opponent. Next, his opponent increased to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When all 10 opponents were killed by Chunzong, the 10 slain figures instantly merged back into one, exuding an even more powerful aura. 9th layer Transcendent Realm Middle Stage. Of course, this was the standard 9th layer Transcendent Realm Middle Stage. Under the standard cultivation, the gap between the early stage 9th layer Transcendent Realm and the middle stage 9th layer Transcendent Realm was very obvious. The sword light pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that shot towards Chunzong, much faster and stronger than when he was at the early stage 9th layer Transcendent Realm. However, against Chunzong, this attack was still not strong enough. Although there was a gap in cultivation, Chunzong's control and application of his strength far surpassed his opponent's. Chunzong resisted, allowing his opponent to display their full strength. After seeing through his opponent's strength, he immediately counterattacked and killed his opponent. Next, there were 2 middle-stage 9th layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. After defeating and killing his opponent, the number of opponents increased to 3. The more people there were, the more tacit cooperation they had, the greater the threat they posed. 4, 5, until 10. 10 middle-stage 9th layer Transcendent Realm opponents joined forces to form a circle around Chunzong, immediately putting a lot of pressure on Chunzong. After all, the strength of a middle-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator was much stronger than an early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator. Chunzong's footsteps flickered as he leisurely weaved between his 10 opponents, avoiding their attacks while simultaneously counterattacking. Chunzong's sword Dao had reached the 4th stage, Clear Sword Principles. Although this realm could not directly improve Chunzong's strength, it allowed Chunzong's understanding and mastery of sword Dao to improve dramatically. Dodge, block, counterattack, kill. The 10 opponents died one after another under Chunzong's sword. The 10 opponents who had been killed regrouped once again, this time exuding the aura of a late-stage 9th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. His strength had increased. Thrusting out his sword, the sword light it emitted was as fast as lightning, stronger and fiercer than before. Chunzong also keenly felt that his opponent's attainments in sword Dao had also improved. His strength had soared. At this time, of the 10 people who had challenged the true martial battle tablet together, 8 had been defeated one after another. Only 2 people were still challenging. One was Manba, a body-refining genius from the Eternal Upper Realm, and the other was Chunzong, a genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Realm. Manba being able to persist until now was not surprising, but Chunzong being able to persist until now surprised many people. Tai Ming's triangular eyes were filled with disbelief. That genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Realm seems to be quite extraordinary. It seems that he does have some skill. Judging from the time he challenged, he should be able to enter the list. Impossible! He must be stalling for time. Tai Ming suddenly shouted. Tai Ming suddenly shouted. Then, as if he was trying to convince himself, his tone became more certain. He must have thought that the longer he stayed in the Jinwu battle tablet, the better it would be for him. Therefore, he purposely kept entangling with weak opponents to buy time. When Tai Ming said this, many people suddenly understood. Indeed, this method was not unprecedented in the past. He had obviously stayed in the true martial battle tablet for a long time, even longer than those who were on the list, but in the end he was not on the list. Playing to the gallery. For a moment, many people showed a look of disdain. If you can't do it, just admit it. Trying to stall for time would only make people look down on you even more. However, some people were still doubtful and were not so sure that Qin Zong was just stalling for time. Impossible, Brother Qin wouldn't do this, Su Zhanlong thought. Su Li, on the other hand, had a look of disdain on his face. He was sure that Qin Zong was just stalling for time. Ouyang Ting's expression also seemed to be the same. Qin Zong did not know what the outside world's reaction was and continued to challenge the true martial battle tablet. The challenges in the true martial battle tablet were like this. In the first round, the opponent's cultivation was the same as the challengers, but their martial arts attainment was higher than the standard. There were a total of 10 waves, and each wave added one more person. Now, Qin Zong had already challenged the 5th wave of the 3rd round. In other words, Qin Zong was facing 5 late-stage Transcendent Realm 9th layer opponents at the same time, and they were opponents who could cooperate with each other. 4 real geniuses. Passing the first round was not difficult, but the second round would be more difficult. If they could pass the second round, they would be qualified to enter the list. Of course, it was only a qualification. After all, there were only 1,000 spots on the list, and it depended on their specific results. Chapter 1283. 3rd round, 6th wave. Qin Zong was facing 6 late-stage, Transcendent Realm 6th layer opponents at the same time, and when they joined forces, their strength was even more astonishing. With light feet and swift movements, Qin Zong constantly dodged the sword lights of the 6 powerful opponents and counterattacked with his sword. His sword was as fast as the wind, as fierce as lightning, and the sword lights were both dazzling and deadly. Kill. Taking advantage of the flaws in the opponent's teamwork, Qin Zong killed them one by one. With the difference in cultivation realm, personal strength, and martial arts attainments, Qin Zong could easily grasp the flaws of his opponents and break through them. Kill, kill, kill. After the 6th wave, the number of opponents increased to 7. This was also one of the difficulties. After passing a wave, there was no time to rest, immediately entering the next wave without giving one a chance to breathe. If one was strong enough, of course, it wouldn't matter, but if one just barely passed a wave and immediately entered the next wave, they would be flustered and might even be defeated. Although the 7th wave only had one more opponent than the 6th wave, the threat level had risen sharply. 8th wave, 9th wave, 10th wave. With 10 opponents joining forces, the battle array suddenly became complete, and the threat level rose sharply. The 10 sword lights seemed to have transformed into thousands of sharp swords, each of which was incomparably sharp, tyrannical, and ferocious. Wave after wave of sword light came out in an endless stream, making it difficult for people to find any openings, because the openings were all covered up by the sword light that came out at high speed. It was as if every inch of space was filled with incomparably sharp sword light. However, Qin Zonghua did not treat this as a possibility. Under his super-strong perception, he simply looked for an opening to move. His body twisted more nimbly than a snake as he avoided the sword light. All in all, the true martial battle tablet's challenge only limited one's cultivation, but nothing else. Although, because of the restriction on one's cultivation, other aspects were also affected, unable to display the full potential of one's true body, but it was still much better than cultivators at the same cultivation level. After adapting to the attacks of the 10 powerful opponents, Qin Zong began to counterattack. However, the cooperation between the 10 opponents was very tacit and complete, making it difficult for Qin Zong to break through. Finding an opportunity, Chunzong swung his sword and shot out like a bolt of lightning. One of them was stabbed in the throat. Blood spurted out, and he died instantly. Although these opponents were not real people, under the mysterious power of the true martial battle tablet, they were no different from real people. They had vital points, they could bleed, they could be injured, and they could die. With one of his opponents dead, the remaining 9 were still working together, but they were not as perfect as before. Suddenly, the pressure was greatly reduced, and Chunzong killed them one by one. He passed the 3rd round. The 4th round did not stop, and it began immediately. Peak Transcendent Realm 9th Layer. The aura emitted by this opponent was very strong. The sword light was extremely dazzling. The sword broke through the air and slashed out. The sword chi was majestic. It was like a huge wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if it was going to tear Chunzong into pieces. The power that burst forth from this sword was actually stronger than the 3rd round's 10th wave. The difference between the early 9th Layer Transcendent Realm and the peak 9th Layer Transcendent Realm was obvious, not just a few tenths, but several times. In short, under normal circumstances, a peak Transcendent Realm cultivator could easily kill an early Transcendent Realm cultivator. However, Chunzong was not an ordinary early 9th Layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. In fact, this was one of the mysteries of the true Martial Battle Tablet Challenge. If all the challengers had the same cultivation, no one would be able to challenge them. The true Martial Battle Tablet Challenge did not focus on one's cultivation, but on one's realm and martial arts attainment. This was also a unique feature of the true martial upper realm and was undoubtedly more suitable for it. Chunzong was not afraid at all. Instead, his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. In the past, his spiritual energy had always been far superior to his peers. He had never encountered such a situation where his spiritual energy was at the same level as his opponents. This time, he would fight to his heart's content. Stamping his feet, a tyrannical force rushed up from below as sword light tore through the air. This was a powerful opponent, one worthy of him using his full strength. Sword light flashed, and sword chi swept out in all directions. After a brief exchange of blows, Chunzong also realized that his opponent's sword Dao had reached the Grand Accomplishment 2nd Layer. Ordinary 9th Layer Transcendent Realm cultivators could reach the 2nd Layer, but most of them would only reach the Minor Accomplishment 2nd Layer. Reaching the Grand Accomplishment 2nd Layer was already impressive, and reaching the Grand Accomplishment 2nd Layer was even more impressive. If one could reach the Grand Accomplishment 3rd Layer, they would be considered geniuses. Chunzong did not know what level the challengers had reached in the past, nor did he think too much about it. Since this was his challenge, he might as well use his own strength to pass. When the swords collided, a powerful force burst forth from Chunzong's sword. This was the suppression of power brought about by the difference in cultivation. However, Chunzong's expression was cold. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately used his extremely high cultivation level to guide the terrifying force that was rushing towards him away. His sword moved along the body of Chunzong's sword and cut horizontally. His opponent's reaction was very fast. With a shake of his sword, countless collisions of power burst forth, shaking Chunzong's sword away. However, Chunzong also took advantage of the momentum to make his sword bounce up and then slash down with an even more ferocious momentum. With swords in hand, the two fought in close quarters. Close quarters combat was even more dangerous, each blow aimed at the opponent's vitals. It was even more terrifying than an assassin who dealt a fatal blow. This was a battle of life and death. If there was someone watching from the sidelines, they would definitely hold their breath as their heart raced and their blood boiled with excitement. It was too exciting and too dangerous. Every exchange of blows stimulated the hearts of the spectators and challenged their nerves. But Chunzong enjoyed it because it was a wonderful feeling, as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife. It was very exciting, but it's still not enough. This level of strength is still not enough. A voice suddenly sounded. It sounded like a low murmur, but it also sounded like a thunderclap. Shwa shwa shwa. Chunzong instantly slashed out 3 times, one to block his opponent's sword, one to push it aside, and one to pierce straight through. Behead. With the death of his opponent, 2 peak transcendent realm cultivators immediately appeared, both of them having reached the peak of the second layer of the sword Dao. With the 2 of them joining forces, the pressure on Chunzong was even greater. However, Chunzong, who had already adapted to the first wave of pressure, performed even more amazingly in the face of a stronger opponent. In fact, although this body was very ordinary, Chunzong's potential was constantly being stimulated as he continued to fight. Another point was that the spiritual energy in this body was limitless and could never be used up. Otherwise, if this body only had a normal level of spirit energy, it would have already been exhausted in the first few rounds of battle. No matter how strong this body was, it would be impossible to rely on one's realm and martial arts attainments to defeat a powerful opponent. Even if Chunzong's sword Dao had reached the 4th layer, it would be impossible for him to defeat a transcendent realm cultivator without the support of his cultivation. Only if Chunzong could break through to the 5th layer of the sword Dao would his strength be able to increase dramatically. Chunzong did not use any special sword skills, but because of his profound attainments in the sword Dao and martial arts, Chunzong was able to display the full power of his cultivation with each of his sword strikes. This meant that the power of Chunzong's casual sword strike could reach the level of a spirit grade top rank sword art. If that was the case, was there any need for him to use a spirit grade sword art? There was no need. In the end, all sword arts were based on the basic sword arts, integrating various kinds of power and mysteries into them in order to possess astonishing power. Thus, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, martial arts would no longer be able to keep up with one's realm. At this point, only Saint-grade martial arts could make one stronger. However, such an opponent was not enough for Chunzong to use a Saint-grade martial art. Moreover, it would not be easy for an early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator to use a Saint-grade martial art. In the 3rd wave of the 4th round, there were 3 peak 9th layer Transcendent Realm opponents. In the 4th round, the number of peak 9th layer Transcendent Realm opponents increased to 4. The pressure Chunzong was under grew greater and greater, but Chunzong was also becoming more and more excited. It had been a long time since Chunzong had experienced such pressure in a battle. His blood was boiling, and he felt like his whole body was on fire. At this moment, Manba had already failed his challenge and was bounced back. A bronze name appeared on the true martial battle tablet. It was none other than Manba. The bronze name immediately caused a commotion. This was a result that was enough to rank him on the overall ranking list. Manba was quite satisfied with his result, but seeing someone still challenging him, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy, especially since the other party was from the Sky Pillar Upper region. This person is too shameless. He's still stalling for time. It doesn't matter how long he drags on, he'll be bounced back in 2 hours at most. 2 hours was the upper limit for challenging the true martial battle tablet. No matter how one challenged, one would be out of 2 hours. Inside the battle tablet, Chunzong was fighting against 10 peak 9th layer Transcendent Realm opponents. The pressure was too great, so great that Chunzong felt suffocated. Facing the attacks of 10 powerful opponents, Chunzong struggled to hold on. He felt as if he was a small boat drifting with the waves, and could be crushed by the waves at any time. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Chunzong pushed his perception to the limit and constantly dodged the attacks. If he couldn't avoid them, he would use his sword to block them, causing his sword to tremble violently. Rushing left and right, Chunzong's expression was cold and his eyes were sharp, as if they could see through all illusions. Under Chunzong's powerful perception, the 10 long swords slashed towards him one after another, seemingly in a disorderly fashion, but incomparably tight, as if they were a single entity. Pushing his movement skill to the limit, Chunzong constantly dodged the attacks of his 10 opponents, waiting for an opportunity to strike. His robes were torn apart like rags, and even his skin was affected by the sword slashes, but Chunzong didn't seem to notice them and simply ignored them. Circulating his spirit chi, Chunzong thrust out his sword finger, repelling the incoming sword, and the sword in his right hand turned into a stream of light, piercing through his opponent's forehead. Chunzong's sword finger on his left hand was also wounded, bleeding profusely. Chapter 1284. Chunzong's robes were torn and tattered, but he didn't look disheveled at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be in high spirits. Wind and clouds surged and space trembled. The bodies of the 10 powerful opponents who had been killed transformed back into nothingness and converged towards the center of the vortex, forming a vortex that whistled through the air like a violent storm. Soon after, a divine light appeared in the sky. It was as if the divine light of the beginning of the world had struck down. With a loud bang, a figure appeared in the middle of the vortex of power. This figure was still an ordinary-looking young man, looking exactly the same as before, but his eyes were extremely sharp, sharp to the extreme, as if they could pierce through space itself. A sharp and boundless aura emanated from his body. It was as if an invisible sword aura had set off a raging storm. The 5th round. This was Chunzong's opponent for the 5th round. The peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. An astonishing sword Dao aura pulsed from his body, one that Chunzong was very familiar with. This aura belonged to the 3rd layer of the sword Dao. This opponent's strength was even higher. Chunzong's eyes flashed a dignified light as his fighting spirit soared. After fighting continuously for so long, although the world energy in his body was endless, his body would still feel exhausted. But now, facing this opponent, Chunzong was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm was far stronger than his early Transcendent Realm cultivation. Under normal circumstances, he could easily crush him, but with the addition of his 3rd layer of the Sword Dao, his strength was even more terrifying, making him an elite genius. Chunzong also keenly noticed that this person's eyes seemed to be sharper than those of his previous opponents. With no time to think, the young man slashed through the air with his sword. A silver sword light flashed with an astonishing chill, like a meteor piercing through the air, extremely fast and precise, piercing through everything in its path. Simplifying complexity into simplicity, a single sword strike. Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. This person's swordsmanship was really brilliant. It was much more brilliant than any of the previous 4 rounds. There was almost a qualitative difference. Then let's fight. Unleash everything you have and fight with all your might. Chunzong struck out with his sword. The sword light flew across the sky like a volcano erupting suddenly, blasting out an incomparably shocking power that shattered everything in its path. The 2 swords collided in the 100th of a breath's time, and an astonishing power surged out in all directions. Invisible sword chi swept out like crazy waves, shattering everything in its path. Chunzong stepped back unconsciously. The difference in strength brought about by the difference in cultivation was extremely obvious. It was a complete suppression. If it weren't for the fact that his sword Dao was superior, not only would he not have been able to block that attack, he would have even been killed. However, Chunzong had completely blocked the attack. He was only pushed back 3 steps and was not injured. His opponent's reaction was extremely fast. While pushing back Chunzong with his sword, his feet glided forward as if he was gliding on water. His sword pierced through the air, and once again, he attacked with a terrifying force. It was an extremely fast sword strike, but it carried with it a powerful force like a mountain. It was terrifying to the extreme. Chunzong's reaction was also extremely fast. He slightly shook his shoulders and instantly dodged the attack. Then, like a swallow returning, he attacked from the side with his sword. His opponent's reaction was also extremely fast. His sword suddenly flashed, and his body moved with the sword. A terrifying storm of sword blades blasted toward Chunzong. His incomparably flexible changes and moves, incomparably swift reactions, and tyrannical strength forged his astonishing strength. Fight, fight, fight! The sword light flashed and covered all directions like a rainstorm, as if bombarding everything into powder. Shenzong was barely able to block it. Due to the limitation of his body and cultivation, even if his consciousness exceeded the limit, he couldn't display his full strength. It was as if his consciousness was telling him that he could be faster and stronger, but his body was limited, so his power was greatly reduced. Due to the limitation of his body and cultivation, Shenzong couldn't display his full strength. As a result, it was naturally difficult for him to gain the upper hand. However, Shenzong was incomparably tenacious. He resisted his opponent's attack with the sword in his hand. Thousands of sword lights attacked, like a rainstorm. Each sword light was extremely powerful, as if it would penetrate everything. Thousands of sword lights fell, shattering everything and smashing the earth. Shenzong's expression changed slightly. He used his mind, and his body broke out at an amazing speed to escape. However, due to the explosion of his consciousness, his speed exceeded the limit of this body, causing the muscles and bones in his legs to be damaged. His legs were in pain. He was almost hit by the terrifying sword light. Too strong. This opponent. Of course, in the outside world, Shenzong could kill dozens of such opponents with a snap of his fingers. But here, under the obvious limitation of his body, the opponent's strength became very terrifying. However, even if the muscles and bones in his legs were strained, Shenzong didn't seem to care. After all, this was not his real body, and this kind of pain could be suppressed. Defeat the opponent, kill the opponent. Shenzong didn't know whether other enemies would appear after killing the opponent. He didn't think so much. Now it was time to fight. Boom! The sword lights converged into one. It was incomparably majestic and suddenly shot down from the sky. It was extremely terrifying, like the sky breaking through the clouds. This sword suddenly made Shenzong's expression change drastically. He also realized that this opponent was very, very strong, much stronger than he had imagined. This kind of strength was already at the level of Gao Hongjing at the White Cloud Mountain Outer Sect Grand Competition. This is terrifying. Who could defeat such strength? Shenzong couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Even a king-level genius would find it difficult to defeat such an opponent with such a gap. It should be known that king-level geniuses were all extraordinary in all aspects. Perhaps their cultivation was not as good as their opponents, but they had cultivated brilliant cultivation methods that made their strength extremely pure and powerful, or they had special bloodlines and so on. Such an ordinary body, ordinary cultivation, and a huge gap in strength between him and his opponent didn't exist at all among king-level geniuses. A true genius was outstanding in many aspects. Now that his body was limited, it was a shortcoming. His excellence in other aspects could not be fully displayed because of the limitations of his body. Once again, Shenzong broke out and dodged the majestic sword-light bombardment. His expression was solemn. His opponent's spiritual power was also endless. He constantly attacked with his sword. Sometimes it was as light as a feather, and its trajectory was unpredictable. Sometimes it was as sharp as a gust of wind. Sometimes it was as heavy as a mountain. Sometimes it was as aggressive as water and extremely violent. With a sword in hand, this person performed sword techniques to the extreme. There was no gap in the transition between different sword techniques, which amazed Shenzong. Even with Shenzong's realm, he was very impressed. It could be said that this person had unearthed the potential of the third level of sword principle to the extreme. There were even things that he could learn from. Shenzong no longer counterattacked. Instead, he kept dodging and resisting, allowing his opponent to display more of the mysteries of sword techniques. He could observe, comprehend, and perfect himself through observation. Originally, Shenzong thought that he had unearthed all his potential in the third level of sword principle, sword manipulation with the heart. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. At most, he had unearthed 90% of his potential. There was still 10% left. If he wanted to break through to the fifth level of sword principle, he had to unearth all the potential of the first four levels. Now, Shenzong was re-unearthing the potential of the third level of sword principle. It was very wise to challenge the Junwu battle tablet this time. Otherwise, Chunzong did not know how long it would take for him to understand this point. That person seemed to have extraordinary wisdom. Seeing that his repeated attacks could not defeat Chunzong, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the two words exploded like a clap of thunder. Sword suppresses the world. Chunzong was stunned. Throughout the battle, his opponent had not spoken. Chunzong also thought that his opponent could not speak. After all, he was not a real person. He did not expect this person to speak. His voice was like rolling thunder, but it was also as heavy as a mountain. Chunzong immediately felt a terrible pressure falling from the sky, directly suppressing everything within 100 meters. The pressure was so great that Chunzong's body froze in an instant, as if he was bound and could not move. He even felt that he was about to be crushed. The pressure was too strong. Not only was it extremely powerful, but it also carried an amazing sharpness. It was like an ancient sword mountain, wantonly releasing its power. With a continuous cracking sound, the ground was instantly broken, and cracks kept appearing and spreading. Chunzong felt that his body was about to be broken. He struggled to raise his head, but he felt that his neck seemed to be broken. He could not even lift his eyelids. His eyes were suppressed by the amazing pressure of the sword. He could only vaguely see a figure in the sky and a beam of sword light that filled the world falling down. Chunzong had a feeling that the moment this beam of sword light fell, he would be crushed and die. Once he died, the challenge would be over. With my current results, I should be able to get on the list. Maybe I can even get on the overall list. I just don't know what color my name will be. A thought suddenly flashed through Chunzong's mind. Immediately, Chunzong exploded for the last time. Heart Domain. In the previous battles, Chunzong had never used Heart Domain. Firstly, his opponents were not strong enough for him to use it. Secondly, Heart Domain was very magical, but it was also very burdensome. It was difficult for his current body to bear it. But now, he had no choice but to use it. As for what would happen next, he did not care. At most, it would end with a defeat. Now, he only wanted to fight. The Heart Domain exploded, covering a radius of 4 meters in an instant. The terrifying pressure from the sky also disappeared in an instant, dissipating like smoke blown by a strong wind. However, Chunzong also felt a terrifying force emerging from inside his body, as if it was going to break his body. Withstanding the crushing pressure, Chunzong suddenly stomped on the ground. His power exploded, and he soared into the sky. The sword light streaked across the sky. Swoosh! The two figures crossed each other in an instant. The two swords moved in the opposite direction like parallel lines. All the pressure vanished in an instant. That silhouette also rapidly faded away before vanishing completely. After Chunzong's body reached the peak, it began to descend. His heart domain had ended, but this body of his was in an extremely damaged state. When he landed, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and there was pain all over his body. Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. Chapter 1285. The kind heart of me can't help but ask, are you being abused like dogs today? It's been almost 2 hours, and it's still not over. He's stalling for time. Is he really going to drag it out until the time is up? Outside the true martial battle tablet, everyone was talking about it. This kid is trying to please the crowd with claptrap. An elder in the pavilion frowned and said with dissatisfaction, even if he's trying to please the crowd, he needs to find a time to do it. He's just taking up other people's time. Another elder was also dissatisfied. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were, the true martial battle tablet challenge was not something the outside world could interfere with, not even the true martial city lord. Therefore, they could only wait until the time was up. Suddenly, the top of the true martial battle tablet shone with an incomparable golden light. The light seemed to come from the heavenly divine domain, vast and supreme. The true martial city lord and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately stood up. There seemed to be a vast divine sound coming from the true martial battle tablet, reverberating in the void. However, there seemed to be no sound at all. "Lord City Lord, this what's going on?" An elder was horrified. It was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. "What's going on?" Everyone around the true martial battle tablet stared at it with their eyes wide open. Although it was rare to see a golden light, it had happened before, such as the Red Phoenix Spirit. However, this was the first time they had seen and heard of such a bright golden light. Moreover, it contained an indescribable profundity. The profundity was endless, and the divine sound was vast and mighty. Immediately after, the myriad of golden lights converged inwards and actually condensed into a name. Chunzong. Look, there's a new name. Chunzong. Is he the genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Province? A golden name, a golden name. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't tell what they were feeling or thinking. Impossible. Tai Ming was extremely shocked. How could a person from a Sky Pillar Upper Province achieve such a shocking achievement in the true martial battle tablet? Taijan's pupils also shrank in shock. Horrifying. For a moment, horror spread through the crowd. Su Zhanlong was dumbfounded. He thought that Chunzong's strength was not bad, and he had a chance to be ranked on the list. However, he felt that it was only this year's list, and it was relatively ordinary. He had never imagined that Brother Chen's strength would be so shocking and that he would be able to achieve such a terrifying result. Su Li and Ouyang Ting were completely dumbfounded. The two of them felt their minds freeze and their faces burn for no reason, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. Recalling their previous ridicule and disdain for Chunzong, they all revealed their shallowness and ignorance. What's going on? Why hasn't Chunzong left the true martial battle tablet? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Chunzong was still under the Zhen Wu battle steel. He was surrounded by a golden light, as if he had become one with the Zhen Wu battle steel. The golden light shines, and it's marvelous. The true martial city's governor gazed through the void at Chunzong, who was still connected to the Zhenwu battle tablet. His expression was extremely solemn as he said, "According to the ancient legends, only those who have broken through the Zhenwu battle tablet can trigger such an anomaly. Challenging the Zhenwu battle tablet and breaking through the Zhenwu battle tablet were two different concepts. As far as the true martial city's governor knew, no one had ever broken through the Zhenwu battle tablet since ancient times. Even the 40 shining geniuses on the overall ranking couldn't break through the Zhenwu battle tablet. Now, a genius from a Sky Pillar Upper region had broken through the Zhenwu battle tablet. It was simply unbelievable. Even with the true martial city's governor's way of thinking, he still found it unbelievable. It said that those who break through the Zhenwu battle tablet will receive a gift from the Zhenwu battle tablet. I wonder what kind of gift it is. The true martial city's governor thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel curious and envious. However, that was all. As the city lord of a city and one of the most powerful experts in the true martial upper domain, he had a broad-minded mind. Ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him. Indeed, Chunzong had broken through the Zhenwu battle tablet and received a gift from the Zhenwu battle tablet. The gift was a ray of Zhenwu light. This ray of Zhenwu light directly merged with Chunzong's soul. Its effect was to multiply Chunzong's comprehension of martial arts for a year. Multiply. One had to know that Chunzong's current comprehension ability was incomparably shocking. With the multiplication of his comprehension ability, his comprehension speed was unimaginable. After receiving the ray of Zhenwu light, Chunzong's consciousness returned to his body, but he wasn't repelled. The golden light dissipated, and Chunzong withdrew his hands, still in disbelief. I didn't expect to receive such a reward after breaking through the Zhenwu battle tablet. Chunzong was shocked and overjoyed. Previously, the Tao Enlightenment pill given to him by the illusory Cloud Tao Master could also increase his comprehension ability, but it was less than double. Moreover, it could only last for a month, but it had allowed him to comprehend many mysteries. Now, the Zhenwu Light's effect was much better than the Tao Enlightenment pill. The only thing that was inferior to the Tao Enlightenment pill was that he couldn't freely control it. From a moment he received the Jinwu light, it would last for a year, and it wouldn't be under Chunzong's control. Thousands of eyes were focused on Chunzong, as if they wanted to see through Chunzong. The body-tempering genius from the eternal upper realm, Manba, was also shocked. Previously, he had provoked Chunzong and looked down on Chunzong. Now that he thought about it, his actions and mentality at that time were laughable. It felt as if a small snake was provoking a dragon. "Little friend Chunzong, please come over for a chat." A majestic voice suddenly sounded and entered Chunzong's ears. Chunzong turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a pavilion. Many people also heard this voice and were first stunned, then shocked. The true Martial City's City Lord. The true Martial City's City Lord actually invited Chunzong. One had to know that the true Martial City's City Lord was a master at the peak of the Saint Realm, one of the strongest masters in the true Martial Upper Realm. Chunzong was only at the Transcendent Realm, but he actually received an invitation from the true Martial City's City Lord and even called him little friend. In an instant, many people were envious. Chunzong was also a little surprised, but he did not feel flattered. After all, there were 5 supreme masters at the peak of the Saint Realm in White Cloud Mountain. Chunzong had met them personally more than once and received their favoring gifts. However, since the true Martial City's City Lord had personally invited him and did not pressure him, Chunzong would be a little tactless if he refused. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he immediately headed towards the pavilion. Not long after, Chunzong stepped into the pavilion and went straight to the top floor. Junior Sword Dao greets seniors. Chunzong glanced around and saw that all the people present were emitting amazing auras. All of them were Saint Realm masters, and the weakest was at the intermediate Saint Realm. He cupped his fists and saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "No need to be so polite. This old master misjudged you. I thought you were just playing to the gallery. I didn't expect you to be such an amazing talent." The attitude of the elders was very good. This was the reality of the world. Those with outstanding talent were often favored. When the elders talked about Hong Feng Ling, they almost treated her as an equal. Then, Chunzong, who also obtained a golden name after challenging the true martial battle tablet, would not be inferior to Hong Feng Ling. The elders did not know that Chunzong had passed the true martial battle tablet. Only a few people knew about this, and the true Martial City's City Lord was one of them. "Little friend, I'm a City Lord of true Martial Giant City. My surname is Luo, and my name is Gu Dao," the true Martial City's City Lord said with a smile. Chunzong did not have any special feelings, but the group of elders were all endlessly shocked. The true Martial City's City Lord was at the peak of the Saint Realm, one of the few supreme masters in the true martial upper territory. Generally speaking, such a master would not casually announce his name, especially a Transcendent Realm Junior. Not to mention a Transcendent. Even some Saint Realm masters did not have this qualification. But at this moment, the true Martial City's City Lord actually announced his name and treated Chunzong as if he was a peer. The elders could not help but be secretly shocked. They could not help but look at Chunzong a few times, wanting to see what kind of ability Chunzong had to make the City Lord treat him like this. However, they could not see it, and the true Martial City's City Lord would not explain anything. With his status, there was no need to explain anything. As for Chunzong, his expression was calm. Although the true Martial City's City Lord was noble and powerful, Chunzong was not an ordinary cultivator and would feel nervous. He was calm and collected. "Senior Luo," Chunzong bowed again. "May I ask which great force in the sky-bearing sky territory little friend comes from?" True Martial City's City Lord Luo Gudao asked curiously. The elders were also curious. After all, Chunzong was so outstanding that he must have an extraordinary background. It was impossible for a rogue cultivator to achieve such amazing achievements. So what great force could cultivate such an outstanding genius like Chunzong? "Senior Luo, I'm from the sky-bearing sky territory's White Cloud Mountain," Chunzong replied. "White Cloud Mountain, that 8-star force. I know, White Cloud Mountain has 5 Dao masters. Each of them is extraordinary." The elders said one after another. "So, You're a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Luo Gudao nodded. I know White Cloud Mountain's refined Cloud Dao Master. Chunzong's expression changed. Refined Cloud Dao Master was very belligerent and was the most belligerent among the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain. Perhaps he had fought with Luo City Lord before. Little did he know that Chunzong's guess was not far from the truth. Little friend, did you receive the true martial battle tablet's reward after you passed the test? Luo City Lord's voice rang in Chunzong's ears. It was a voice transmission, so the others could not hear it. What's the reward? Can you tell me? I received martial arts insights. Chunzong replied. He did not mention the true martial light. It was too precious, and it was hard to guarantee that others would not be tempted. Moreover, his strength was too far from the true martial city lords. Therefore, it was not that attractive to say that it was martial arts insights, especially for a peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Chapter 1286. In the Sword Bamboo Garden, the green bamboos were as straight as swords, pointing straight to the sky. The leaves were as long as the blade of a sword, and the edges were like the edge of a sword, shining with a cold luster. The sword bamboo was a unique species. Its bamboo body was as hard as a spirit artifact, and the bamboo leaves were as tough as some spirit artifacts. Moreover, they were as sharp as swords. For Foundation establishment cultivators, they could be regarded as divine weapons. Of course, they were nothing to transcendence. There were a total of 990 sword bamboos growing in the sword bamboo garden. The shorter ones were 3 meters tall, while the taller ones were 10 meters tall. They stood in an orderly manner, creating a unique scenery. They constantly emitted an astonishingly sharp aura that prevented Foundation establishment cultivators from approaching. Today, the Sword Bamboo Garden was Chunzong's temporary residence, located in the true martial giant city's city lord's mansion. Chunzong was invited by the true martial city's city lord to be a guest of the city lord's mansion. With the true martial city lord inviting him like this, Chunzong naturally wouldn't refuse his good intentions. A figure walked out of the Sword Bamboo Garden and strode out. He walked out of the city lord's mansion through the side door and headed towards the true martial battle tablet. Today was the last day of the true martial battle tablet challenges. Also today, the true martial battle tablet's overall ranking would be revealed. At that time, it would be clear who would be listed on it. Although he was already certain, seeing it with his own eyes was still different. It was with this in mind that Chunzong left the Sword Bamboo Garden and came to the true martial battle tablet. The last batch of challengers had finished their challenges. Then a golden light shone in all directions. The golden light was majestic and mighty, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the clouds. On this golden light pillar, names appeared one by one. They were the original 1,000 names on the overall ranking. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Immediately, the names on it began to change. At the highest point, the dazzling golden light shone like the sun, as if endless mysteries were condensing. A name also appeared on it. Chunzong. Seeing his name, Chunzong smiled. Everyone else was shocked. I already knew that Chunzong could be ranked on the overall list, but why is his name ranked first? Someone asked a question. Since ancient times, names were usually arranged according to order. Other than the difference in color, there was no difference in strength between the same color. Why was he ranked first? There was no solution. However, the city lord of true martial city knew the reason, and so did Chunzong. Perhaps it had something to do with him passing through the true martial battle tablet. Chunzong had learned that the previous 40 people did not pass through the Jinwu battle tablet. All of them stopped at the 4th round. In other words, as long as he made it to the 4th round, he would be able to obtain a golden name. New names appeared on the golden light, one after another. As new names appeared, there were naturally names that were squeezed out and disappeared. However, none of the names were as special as Chunzong's. There seemed to be a layer of divine light flowing in the golden light, not even the other 40 golden names. Very few people knew what this meant. Chunzong was not interested in the so-called powerhouses taking him as a disciple. Of course, there were powerhouses who wanted to take Chunzong as their disciple. Unfortunately, Chunzong was not tempted at all. Even powerhouses like the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain thought that they were not qualified to teach Chunzong. What qualifications did some mastery Saint Rudiment Realm cultivators have to teach him? The grand event of the Zhen Wu Battle Tablet, which was held once every 10 years, came to an end. Many people dispersed and left the Zhen Wu giant city. The news spread like a storm and spread throughout the entire Zhen Wu upper region. A cultivator from the Sky Pillar Upper Province is ranked first on the overall True Martial Battle Tablet. Unbelievable. The first reaction of everyone who heard the news was disbelief. How could a genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Province be ranked first on the overall True Martial Battle Tablet? However, the news was extremely accurate. Many people who went to the True Martial City to participate in the True Martial Battle Tablet confirmed it. After many confirmations, even more people were shocked. It was already shocking for a genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Province to be ranked first on the True Martial Battle Tablet, let alone the overall True Martial Battle Tablet. It was incomprehensible. It was unimaginable. Oh, first on the overall True Martial Battle Tablet? Did he pass the True Martial Battle Tablet? A group of supreme powerhouses from the True Martial Upper Province were shocked when they heard the news. They guessed that it was most likely true. He was the first person to pass the True Martial Battle Tablet since ancient times. Many powerhouses immediately sent messages to the True Martial City Governor. The True Martial City Governor knew the truth best. In the depths of the True Martial Upper Province's High Martial Mountain, a terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky before it returned to silence. Then, a figure strangely appeared in the void, as if he had walked out of thin air. His long black robe fluttered gently in the mountain wind. I've been in seclusion for 30 years. My injuries have finally healed. The black-robed old man's voice was indifferent. The surrounding wind suddenly stopped and dissipated. It was as if his surroundings had turned into a vacuum. It's been 30 years. It's time to go back. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed old man turned into a black stream of light and left the depths of the High Martial Mountain at an astonishing speed. Along the way, he entered a city and heard the news. The True Martial Battle Tablet. Interesting. There's such a treasure in the small, True Martial Upper Province. Challenging the True Martial Battle Tablet, the black-robed old man seemed to be thinking. His eyes gradually lit up, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Fine, I'll take a group of so-called geniuses back. In that case, I'll make the True Martial Upper Province boil again. The news quickly swept across the True Martial Upper Province, which had just calmed down because of the True Martial Battle Tablet Challenge, once again boiled over. In 3 months, the True Martial Upper Province would hold the first True Martial Final Battle. Anyone under the age of 100 with a cultivation base below the Saint Realm could sign up to participate. In the end, the top 100 geniuses would be selected. The top 100 geniuses would receive generous rewards. They would even have the opportunity to leave the True Martial Upper Province and go to Tianyuan Sacred Region. When the news was released, it directly caused an uproar in the entire True Martial Upper Province. Many people went crazy. Generous rewards were not that attractive. The real attraction was Tianyuan Sacred Region. Tianyuan Sacred Region was supreme and was the cultivation holy land in the hearts of countless people. It could be said that although Tianyuan Sacred Region was part of the Lingwu Sacred World, it was separated from the 4 upper provinces and the other middle and lower provinces. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. If Tianyuan Sacred Region was compared to a huge city, the 4 upper provinces and the other provinces were like remote places. Every genius wanted to go to Tianyuan Sacred Region to cultivate better and meet more geniuses and powerhouses. Unfortunately, the road to Tianyuan Sacred Region was sealed. In other words, without special conditions, it was impossible to enter Tianyuan Sacred Region. Even if one could reach the periphery of Tian Yuan's sacred region, it was difficult to enter. Now, if one could participate in the true martial final battle and enter the top 100, they would be qualified to enter Tian Yuan's sacred region. It was too exciting. No one knew how to enter Tian Yuan's sacred region, but since the news was released, there should be a way. Little friend, this is a great opportunity, the true martial city governor said with a smile. Indeed, Shenzong's face was also filled with excitement. Tian Yuan, sacred region. Shenzong naturally wanted to go, but after asking the 5 Path Masters, it was very difficult. Without special conditions, it was very difficult to enter. It depended on one's luck. In other words, entering Tian Yuan's sacred region was an opportunity. Senior, why is it so similar this time? Shenzong could not help but ask. As far as I know, an expert from Tian Yuan's sacred region is returning to Tian Yuan's sacred region. He plans to bring a group of geniuses into Tian Yuan's sacred region to join his sect, the true martial city governor said with a smile. I see. Shenzong suddenly understood. This explanation was reasonable. After all, if a sect wanted to continue to pass on, it had to keep recruiting disciples, especially geniuses. Therefore, if he brought a group of the most outstanding geniuses back to Tian Yuan's sacred region to join his sect, he would be able to further enrich his sect. With Little Friend's ability, you will definitely be in the top 100, the true martial city governor said with a smile. After this period of contact, he more or less understood Shenzong's strength. The first place on the true martial battle tablet's overall ranking represented talent and potential, not absolute strength. However, Shenzong's strength was not weak either. Ordinary low-level Saint grades were no match for him, and he could even contend with ordinary mid-level Saint grades. The conditions to participate in this true martial decisive battle were that one had not reached the Saint realm, and the other was that one had to be under 100 years old. There were not many half-saints under 100 years old. Most of them were low-level Saint grades, and a few were mid-level Saint grades. There were even fewer who had reached high-level Saint grades. Therefore, with Shenzong's strength, it was quite possible for him to be in the top 100. Of course, the true martial city governor also felt that Shenzong would at most be in the top 100, and his ranking would not be too high. However, as long as he could get into the top 100, he would be able to go to Tian Yuan, sacred region. With his extraordinary talent and potential, and with the training of the sect of Tian Yuan, sacred region, he would soon grow up and surpass others, becoming even stronger. For a moment, the entire true martial upper region was in an uproar. Tian Yuan's sacred region. I must get into the top 100. A tall figure suddenly stood up, bursting with an extremely shocking aura. It was as if an ancient giant beast had awakened and shot straight into the sky. His eyes shone with an extremely shocking light. Top 100, Tian Yuan's sacred region. I'm coming. A figure instantly rushed out of the mountain forest and swept across the sky. 3 months. After 3 months, the true martial decisive battle would begin to determine the top 100. The location of the decisive battle would be in Divine Martial Giant City. Divine Martial Giant City was one of the 3 giant cities in the true martial upper region. Although it did not have as long a history as true martial giant city, its comprehensive strength was the most powerful. It was reasonable for the divine martial colossal city to be chosen as the location for the true martial ultimate battle. At this moment, the interior of divine martial giant city was being remodeled and built specifically for the true martial decisive battle. Shenzong also began to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 1287. Sword Bamboo Garden. The rustling of bamboo, leaves in the wind, was like a unique piece of music that leisurely filled the world. There was a circular platform in the middle of 999 sword bamboos. A figure stood on it with his eyes closed. He was silent, as if he was immersed in the world. The sword-like bamboo leaves swayed gently in the wind, as if they were reflected in one's heart. Time passed breath by breath. The bamboo leaves swayed, and the figure remained motionless. His aura was harmonious, as if he had become one with the bamboo forest. Gradually, the figure disappeared and was replaced by a sword bamboo. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a month had passed. If someone were to enter this place, they would notice that there was one more sword bamboo. The number of sword bamboos had increased from 999 to 1,000. The sword bamboo in the center seemed to be connecting heaven and earth. It had become the king of sword bamboos and was worshipped by the 999 sword bamboos around it. His aura was gradually changing, imperceptibly changing everything in his surroundings. The two St. Rudiment stage powerhouses guarding outside the sword bamboo garden were surprised. What a sharp aura! This is the fluctuation of sword chi. The two of them were sent by the city lord to guard the sword bamboo garden. They knew that the person who lived in the sword bamboo garden was Chun Zong, who was ranked first on the true martial battle tablet and the overall ranking. He was an amazing genius. Now, the sword chi fluctuation that permeated the sword bamboo garden was so strong that it surprised them. Moreover, the sword chi fluctuation was still increasing, becoming more and more shocking. Sword, sword, sword. Boundless sword chi surged out from every single sword bamboo, gathering and not dispersing, condensing and not emitting. Gradually, as time passed, every sword-shaped bamboo leaf began to emit wisps of sword chi fluctuation. Like a sword, transforming into a sword. Chunzong seemed to have transformed into a sword bamboo. Wisps of sharpness spread out from the depths of his body in all directions. My body is the sword. My heart is the sword. Everything is the sword. Heaven and earth are the sword. A figure appeared above the sword bamboo garden with a hazy light around him. It was the city lord of true martial city. Looking down from above, the true martial city lord had a smile on his face. He could see that Chunzong was in a state of extreme meditation. As time passed, the aura around his body began to grow thicker and thicker. However, the true martial city lord had already given the order that no one was to disturb him. If one were to be interrupted while comprehending, the consequences would be dire. In the best-case scenario, one would fail to comprehend, and in the worst-case scenario, one would go berserk. Thus, if one were to interrupt another's comprehension, they would be treated as mortal enemies. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. There was only 1 month left before the final battle of Jinwu. Rumble. An astonishing and vigorous aura was brewing in Chunzong's body. It was as if a heavenly sword was about to break through the void and burst out. But in an instant, this astonishing aura was suppressed by Chunzong. As the 999 sword swayed, they all moved towards Chunzong, as if they were worshipping him. The astonishing sharpness of their aura filled the air before gradually converging. The faces of the two Saint Realm Masters guarding outside the sword bamboo garden changed drastically. They could only feel that a terrifying sword chi was about to erupt from the garden. This sword chi was so powerful that it made their hearts palpitate. However, the moment the sword chi was about to erupt, it converged and disappeared without a trace. After 2 months of continuous meditation, Chunzong opened his eyes. A sharp light shot out from them, as if a sword light was about to tear the sky apart. Immediately, the sword-like light converged, and Chunzong's eyes became calm. The effect of true martial light is really amazing, Chunzong said to himself as a smile appeared on his face. True martial light could double one's comprehension. His own comprehension was already amazing, so when it was doubled, it was simply heaven-defying. As soon as he started meditating, Chunzong's mind burst with countless inspirations. His comprehension was like a madman. For 2 consecutive months, Chunzong's comprehension deepened and reached an indescribable state. Now, his meditation was over. In fact, it was not the end of his meditation, but a limit. He had to digest it, otherwise, it would be useless to continue. Standing up, Chunzong drew the sword at his waist and slowly swung it. It looked simple and ordinary, as if he was holding a brush and writing on a piece of white paper. But the handwriting gave off an indescribable sense of beauty, tempered and refined. When ordinary people wrote with a brush, it would only feel ordinary or even rough. However, when a calligraphy master wrote with a brush, it would be the crystallization of countless tempering. It was the essence of countless years of sweat, and experience. Even the simplest stroke would contain a unique charm. Even if it was a simple stroke, it would have a different sense of beauty. This was practice makes perfect. This was returning to one's natural state. This was a realm. This was Tao. Now, Chunzong's sword had this kind of charm and realm. Sword after sword, Chunzong slowly practiced. It looked very ordinary, and in the eyes of an outsider, it was very simple. But in the eyes of an expert, every sword contained an indescribable mystery. Practicing the sword, without using super spiritual power or super dragon power, he just practiced the sword. For a long time, Chunzong had not practiced the sword like this. Now, when he swung the sword, he had a feeling that he had not practiced for a long time, but also incomparably familiar. Joy, pleasure. It was a kind of joy that came from the deepest part of his heart, a kind of joy that came from the deepest part of his soul. Carefree, dripping. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, and he had forgotten everything. There was only the sword and the practice of the sword. With the sword in hand, there was only one heart, no doubts, and the most refined and pure. Chunzong practiced the sword for half a month without any rest. It was as if he had endless power that could never be used up. Practice, practice, practice. Finally, he woke up and returned his sword to its scabbard. Chunzong stood in place, his eyes closed again, standing motionless. His aura was completely restrained to the extreme, as if he was dead. A day later, Chunzong opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. 2 months of meditation, half a month of practicing the sword, and 1 day of meditation, a total of 76 days. Now that his cultivation had come to an end, the effects of his true martial light were fully displayed. It's time to leave and head to Divine Martial Giant City. Chunzong muttered to himself, stepping out of the bamboo forest and walking towards the gate of Sword Bamboo Garden. Many thanks. Chunzong walked to the gate of Sword Bamboo Garden and bowed to the 2 Saint Realm Masters. After all, while he was cultivating, he had 2 Saint Realm Masters act as gatekeepers. Although they were only following orders, Chunzong still had to thank them. We were just following orders. There is no need for your excellency to be so polite. The 2 smiled. As Saint Realm Masters acting as gatekeepers, it was naturally not a good thing, but it also depended on who they were guarding. If it was just an ordinary cultivator, they would not be willing. Even if they were following orders, they would still feel uncomfortable. However, Chunzong was not an ordinary cultivator, but the first place on the true martial battle tablet's overall list. He was a monstrous genius with heaven-defying talent and was valued by true Martial City Lord. Naturally, they were willing. After saying goodbye, Chunzong left Sword Bamboo Garden to see true Martial City Lord. After all, he was leaving for Divine Martial Giant City, so he had to say goodbye to him. After more than 2 months of meditation, little friend seems to have made a lot of progress. True Martial City Lord stared at Chunzong for a few breaths before smiling. Thanks to the City Lord. On one hand, he was being modest, but on the other hand, it was indeed related. After all, in Sword Bamboo Garden, the aura of the sword bamboos had inexplicably drawn Chunzong to it. It was also the attraction of the aura of Sword Bamboo Garden that allowed Chunzong to deepen his comprehension. It's your ability. True Martial City's City Lord smiled. He probably knew that Sword Bamboo Garden was useful to Chunzong, but he did not think too much about it. True Martial Giant City is not very far from Divine Martial Giant City. You can arrive there in 1 day with a Saint Artifact flying ship. When the time comes, will you and the senior be going there? True Martial City Lord asked in a questioning tone. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord, but I want to go alone and enjoy the scenery of the true martial upper territory. Chunzong rejected true martial city lord. Traveling with true martial city lord would be fast and safe, but Chunzong always had his own ideas. Going alone and looking around along the way was also a kind of experience. From true martial giant city to divine martial giant city, with Chunzong's speed, it would take about 10 days. There were still 14 days left, so there was more than enough time. Okay. True martial city lord did not intend to change Chunzong's mind. He respected him. Of course, this was also because Chunzong's talent was high enough that true martial city lord thought highly of him. Otherwise, if it were someone else, true martial city lord would listen to whatever Chunzong said. City lord, I'll take my leave first, Chunzong said. Although it would take him about 10 days to reach divine martial giant city from here with his speed, there were still 4 days left. It was not enough time in case something happened on the way, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. Go. See you in divine martial giant city, true martial city's city lord said with a smile. After bidding farewell to true martial city lord, Chunzong quickly left the city lord's mansion and true martial giant city, heading for divine martial giant city. Divine martial giant city was located in the north of true martial giant city, so Chunzong went all the way north. Chunzong used his movement skill, which was as light as a feather and as swift as the wind, allowing him to reach the extreme speed. The shock caused by the true martial battle steel had passed, but the news of the true martial ultimate battle was everywhere. Compared to the true martial battle steel, the news of the true martial ultimate battle was more exciting. After all, being listed on the true martial battle steel was only in terms of reputation, and the actual benefits were not that great. However, the true martial ultimate battle gave one a chance to leave the true martial upper zone and enter the Tianyuan sacred zone that countless people yearned for. Tianyuan's sacred zone was a holy land for cultivation. Who didn't want to go there? Entering the Tianyuan sacred zone would give one substantial benefits that would allow one to progress further. Compared to the reputation of being listed on the true martial battle steel, entering the Tianyuan sacred zone was obviously better. In life, people pursued fame and fortune. Fame was important, but so was wealth. However, for cultivators, the latter was obviously more practical. In all directions, the geniuses were either moving alone or in groups, rapidly heading towards divine martial colossal city. Chapter 1288. The mountain wind whistled, and the forest swayed endlessly. A figure shot out of the forest like a gust of wind. His speed was extremely fast, but there was no sound of wind at all. Chunzong galloped forward, feeling as if he was about to turn into the wind and soar between heaven and earth. Carefree, limitless, freedom, freedom, heaven and earth for me to roam freely. Almost, just a little bit more, Chunzong muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. The so-called almost was that during this period of constant meditation, he had gained a further understanding and improvement of his movement skills. Under the true martial light, Chunzong's comprehension ability had doubled, and his efficiency in comprehending the true martial light was astonishing. Not long after, Chunzong encountered a group of robbers. Of the dozen or so robbers, 3 were half-saints, and the rest were all ninth-order transcendent realm cultivators, quite terrifying. During this period of time, because of the true martial absolute battle, countless people had been attracted to divine martial giant city, but had also attracted a group of desperados to set up an ambush on the way to divine martial giant city. For desperados, killing others and plundering resources to improve themselves was the way to go. As for Tianyuan's sacred realm, although they wanted to go, they also knew that with their own strength, it was impossible for them to enter the top 100. Since that was the case, they might as well take advantage of this opportunity to kill more people, plunder more geniuses, and harvest more resources. Of course, they also knew that at this time, they might encounter terrifying geniuses, and not only would they fail to plunder, they might even be killed. But desperados were desperados. As long as they were interested in benefits, they would do it. More than a dozen people, each of them exuding an astonishing murderous aura. Each of them had killed many people, and their hands were stained with blood. Their auras were concealed, so they couldn't appear quickly when they suddenly appeared, so they immediately surrounded Chunzong to prevent Chunzong from escaping. One had to admit that these people were very experienced. They didn't even say a word and instantly attacked. With a wave of their hand, a large net glowing with black light fell from the sky, enveloping Chunzong, directly enveloping Chunzong. Chunzong felt a strange aura from the big net. The aura was very weak, but it was also very obscure. It was not good for him. After throwing out the net, the dozen or so bandits moved extremely quickly and immediately attacked. Their swords and sabers clashed, bursting forth with extremely terrifying rays of light that bombarded from all directions. Go all out. The cooperation between the dozen or so people was even more astonishing. Show yourself. Cast a net. Attack. If it were an ordinary low-level half-saint, they would have died instantly. Even an ordinary mid-level half-saint would have been injured. Once they were injured, death would be inevitable. Right at this instant, a trace of spiritual light erupted from his mind, and a bright light flashed in Chunzong's eyes. His figure swayed slightly, and he took a step forward. His entire body was actually suffused with a wisp of a cold sheen that was boundlessly sharp like the edge of a sword. There seemed to be a tearing sound, as if something was being torn apart. Chunzong's body was as swift and sharp as a flying sword, and he directly tore the falling net apart. The heavy dragon's sword was unsheathed. The sword light was pitch black and cold, as if darkness had descended in that instant. Kill. Among the dozen or so bandits, the most powerful ones were the 3 low-level half-saint. Although they had killed countless people and were stained with blood, they were actually just ordinary low-level half-saint. For Chunzong, they were nothing at all. The pitch-black sword light circled around as if it had drawn a circle. It not only completely resisted the attacks of the dozen or so bandits, but also killed them in an instant. When the sword returned to its sheath, the pitch-black sword light disappeared. A broken net fell, but the dozen or so bandits remained motionless. The faces of the 3 low-level half-saint bandits were filled with incredulity and fear. Chunzong did not feel anything about being slaughtered instead of killing them. Although the bandit's evil spirit was very strong, it could not be compared with his. It was just that Chunzong had not found a suitable way to use his evil spirit. In addition, the strength of these dozen or so bandits was not strong enough. However, there was no benefit to this. It just made Chunzong's comprehension in his mind break through at the right time. This breakthrough was not a particularly big one, but it was not bad either. It was a breakthrough in the application of body movements by Chunzong. His body was like a flying sword, cutting through the air and reducing the resistance to the minimum. In this way, his speed was naturally improved. Chunzong's mind moved. The sword light swept up and covered his whole body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a flying sword, tearing through the air and flying out at an amazing speed. The sound was extremely subtle and sharp. At the same time, Chunzong's speed was extremely fast. It was like a flash movie. It was indescribable. Compared to before, he was several times faster. He was already faster than many high-level half-saints. However, after a while, Chunzong stopped. Although the speed is faster, it consumes more strength. It seems that it is not suitable for long-distance travel. It is good for fighting, Chunzong said to himself. Moreover, there is room for further improvement. Now, it was only a few percent faster than Thousand Shadows and Illusions. If it continued to improve, it might be twice as fast. In this way, it is called the flying sword body movement. Next, Chunzong comprehended the flying sword body movement as he hurried along. From time to time, he would perform the flying sword body movement to test his comprehension and deepen his understanding and mastery of the body movement. As time went by, Chunzong encountered bandits one after another. The most powerful one was a mid-level half-saint. He killed people like Scything Flax and had strong evil spirit. However, he was no match for Chunzong. He also died under Chunzong's sword. Chunzong could kill these bandits, but not everyone could. Many people were killed by the bandits, and all their resources were taken away by them. In the blink of an eye, 13 days passed. Chunzong originally planned to arrive in 10 days. However, he spent more time fighting and comprehending. Fortunately, he arrived before the final battle of Jinwu. Chunzong saw the outline of a huge city. Divine Martial Colossal City. Divine Martial Colossal City was not as old as True Martial Colossal City, but overall, it was more powerful than True Martial Colossal City. Whether it was powerful or not was actually related to the City Lord's mansion. In Divine Martial Colossal City, there was one more powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage than True Martial Colossal City. The peak of the Saint Rudiment stage was one of the strongest powerhouses in the entire True Martial Upper Territory. The difference was obvious. The architectural style of Divine Martial Colossal City was also different from True Martial Colossal City. It looked newer and was filled with an amazing aura. Stepping into True Martial Colossal City, one could feel the long history of the city. On the other hand, Divine Martial Colossal City had a lively aura. If True Martial Colossal City was an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, then Divine Martial Colossal City was a young man full of vitality. People gathered from all directions and poured into Divine Martial Colossal City. For a time, Divine Martial Colossal City was crowded with people. It was comparable to True Martial Colossal City when the True Martial Battle Tablet was about to open. No, it was even better. This was because the attraction of the final battle of Jinwu was far greater than the True Martial Battle Tablet. Guards in dark silver armor stood at the city gate and on the city wall. True Martial Colossal City had True Martial Guards, and Divine Martial Colossal City also had Divine Martial Guards. The aura emitted by each Divine Martial Guard was astonishing. They had all reached the half-step Saint realm. The weakest among them was a low-stage half-step Saint. There were also mid-stage half-step Saint and high-stage half-step Saint realm guards, as well as battle guard captains and commanders who had reached the Saint realm. The opening of the True Martial Battle Tablet was a grand event. All True Martial Guards were dispatched to maintain order. Since the True Martial Battle was going to be held in Divine Martial Colossal City, all Divine Martial Guards would be dispatched to maintain order. Otherwise, with so many cultivators coming to Divine Martial Colossal City with different personalities and grievances, it was inevitable that conflicts would break out and cause unnecessary destruction. With the Divine Martial Guard station here, it would be better to contain such situations. There was also a large notice posted at the city gate. The words were clearly visible. It basically stated that no fighting was allowed in the city. Otherwise, regardless of the reason, the punishment would be a light punishment and banishment from the city, or a heavy punishment would be death on the spot. Of course, the notice also stated that those who had grievances could apply to the Divine Martial Army for a life-and-death battle to resolve their grievances. As soon as he entered Divine Martial Colossal City, the wide streets were full of people. It was like a surging tide. It was even more shocking than True Martial Colossal City. I wonder if I can find a place to stay. Chunzong couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. This time, he had only arrived 4 days earlier. There were more people, so the possibility of finding a place to stay would be lower. Speaking of residents, he had some conflicts with Tai Ming in True Martial Colossal City last time. However, after that, Tai Ming and Tai Zhan didn't appear, nor did they have any intention to deal with him. The first place on the True Martial Battle Tablet's overall ranking was too scary. He was also favored by the True Martial City's City Lord. Even the Iron Martial Army's general didn't want to provoke him. Chunzong's bad premonition came true. After searching through dozens of inns, all of them were filled to the brim. There were no empty rooms. Even the worst room had been reserved. Search, search, search. Soon, Chunzong searched all the restaurants, but they were all full. For a moment, there was no place to stay. He was really helpless. Chunzong planned to look for other places. For example, at this time, some people would rent out their houses to collect a large amount of rent. He could take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. At this time, many people were willing to be ripped off. Ha ha, little friend Zong, we meet again. A familiar voice came into Zong's ears. Zong was stunned. He immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure in the distance. It was the city governor of True Martial Colossal City. The city governor of True Martial Colossal City had just arrived. With the status, of course, he wouldn't come too early. After all, he was the city governor and couldn't leave for a long time. Moreover, with his speed, it only took him a short time to arrive at Divine Martial Colossal City from True Martial Colossal City. Greetings, Senior. Zong appeared in front of the city governor of True Martial Colossal City and bowed. You didn't find a place to stay? The city governor of True Martial Colossal City asked. It was easy to see the situation in front of him. Yes. Zong couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. It's okay. Divine Martial Colossal City has arranged a mansion for me. Come with me. The city governor of True Martial Colossal City smiled. Thank you, Senior. Zong didn't refuse. Chapter 1289. Geniuses gathered in the Divine Martial Colossal City. Powerful auras spread in all directions, filling every corner of the colossal city. It was vast and endless, making the Divine Martial Colossal City extremely terrifying. An invisible and intangible aura quietly swept past like a gust of wind. It spread throughout the entire huge city, not leaving a single corner untouched. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect the true martial domain to have such a strong foundation. In the Divine Martial City Lord's mansion, a black-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes, a glint flashing in his eyes. Just now, the black-robed old man had used a secret technique to probe and found that there were still some decent geniuses in the Divine Martial Colossal City. That was why he was happy. Time passed, and it was time for the true martial battle to begin. Fellow cultivator, the true martial battle is about to begin. A vigorous voice rang out, entering the black-robed old man's ears. It's about to begin. The black-robed old man opened his eyes, a meaningful smile flashing across his face. Then he got up and left. The center of the Divine Martial Colossal City had been transformed into a huge and empty space. Many people came from all directions and gathered in this huge, empty space. All of them had powerful auras and blazing eyes. To participate in the true martial battle, one had to meet two prerequisites. First, they had to be less than 100 years old. Second, their cultivation had not reached the Saint Rudiment realm. However, some people would inevitably want to get lucky and try to get away with it. It was difficult to fake one's cultivation because there were so many powerhouses, so it was easy to be seen through. However, it was possible to fake one's age. Since that was the case, they naturally had to check it. The way to check one's age was to drip blood and use a treasure to verify it. It was very accurate. After such a check, many people who tried to get away with their age were found. These people were also punished, but fortunately, their losses were not great. In the end, there were many people who met the two prerequisites. After all, the upper limit of age and cultivation was only limited, but there was no lower limit. As a result, there were hundreds of thousands of people who met the prerequisites and were qualified to participate in the true martial battle. The true martial battle is divided into two stages. The first stage is the elimination stage, and the second stage is to determine the top 100. A vigorous voice rang out. It was the Divine Martial City Lord who spoke. The Divine Martial City Lord sat at the center of the hall with other peak Saint Rudiment stage masters around him. They were all supreme masters from various great forces. For example, there were 3 great 9-star forces, many 8-star forces, and the city lords of 2 other huge cities. As for the leaders of 7-star forces, they were not qualified to be on the same level as them. All of them raised their heads and stared at the Divine Martial City Lord who was speaking. Now, let the first phase begin. As soon as the divine martial city's governor spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out. It was like a heavenly wind had descended in a grandiose manner. In an instant, everyone was under great pressure. This pressure came from above, and it also came from every direction. It was crazily squeezing, as if it wanted to crush everyone into powder. In just an instant, thousands of people could not bear it and collapsed to the ground. As soon as they collapsed, the terrifying pressure disappeared. The pressure gradually increased, becoming stronger and stronger. More and more people could not bear it and collapsed. Basically, those who collapsed were either not strong enough or did not have a strong enough will. A quarter of an hour. The divine martial city's governor released his aura for a full quarter of an hour before it ended. Of course, the aura released by the divine martial city's governor was very weak to him. After all, he was a peak Saint Rudiment stage master. Once he released his full aura, the many transcendents and half-saints present would not even be able to resist. The pressure lasted for a quarter of an hour. There were hundreds of thousands of qualified people, but most of them collapsed and were eliminated. In the end, only about 10,000 people were left. These 10,000 people were at least in the 9th level of the transcendent realm, and the strongest was a high-level half-saint. And these 10,000 people were the final participants of the true martial final battle. Each of these 10,000 people had extraordinary strength. Choosing 100 out of 10,000 people meant that 9,900 people would not be able to go to Tian Yuan sacred region. One could imagine how fierce the competition would be. This old master is Ming Dao Zi. A somewhat aged voice suddenly sounded. The world fell silent, and only that voice spread out and entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked up and stared at the figure of the high and mighty black-robed old man. This old master is not a cultivator of the true martial domain, but from Tian Yuan sacred region. As soon as these words came out, many people's eyes lit up. A cultivator of Tian Yuan sacred region, a master of Tian Yuan sacred region. In other words, the person who proposed the true martial final battle and planned to lead the top 100 people to Tian Yuan sacred region to join the sect was this black-robed old man in front of everyone. Ming Dao Zi, peak Saint Rudiment stage, Chunzong thought. With the great Abyss King's memories, Chunzong could better judge the other party's cultivation from their aura. Of course, it was just their cultivation. As for their strength, he could not directly judge. He could only know by seeing it with his own eyes. However, this old man's cultivation was at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, and he was a master of Tian Yuan sacred region, so he was probably very strong. At the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, he might be stronger than most of the peak Saint Rudiment stage masters present. However, Chunzong did not care about the other party's strength. What Chunzong really cared about was the opportunity to enter Tian Yuan sacred region. This time, this old master will return to Tian Yuan sacred region and prepare to bring some people back to join my sect. Only the top 100 will be qualified, Ming Dao Zi continued. Now, I'll choose the top 100 among the 10,000 of you. As he spoke, Ming Dao Zi waved his hand, and a golden light shone. A city about the size of a palm appeared in the golden light. However, when the city flew down, it kept expanding. Boom! The city landed directly on the huge square that Divine Martial Giant City had renovated and expanded over the past few months. The moment the Golden City landed, the entire Divine Martial Giant City trembled. The city that was originally only the size of a palm had now become a huge city that was 10 miles long and wide. Of course, a city that was 10 miles long and wide was nothing. At most, it was a small city. Compared to Divine Martial Giant City, it was countless times smaller. It was not even 1,000th of the size. This city is called Golden Light City. It's a space artifact, Ming Dao Zi said with a proud smile on his face. A spatial artifact. Most people were confused. However, Chunzong and the peak Saint Rudiment stage masters' faces changed and turned solemn. There were records of various artifacts in the Great Abyss King's memory, and the more special and precious ones were space artifacts. Space artifacts were different. If one had to make an analogy, it would be a storage ring. A small storage ring had a huge space inside it. Of course, a storage ring was not a space artifact. A real space artifact not only had a huge internal space, but it also had offensive and defensive capabilities. In other words, Golden Light City seemed to be 10 miles long, but the space inside it was much bigger. As for how much bigger, Chunzong did not know. Even if Golden Light City is 1,000 miles long, it's still 1,000 miles long, Ming Dao Zi continued. Moreover, the gravity in Golden Light City is double that of the outside world. Everyone who enters Golden Light City will receive a golden light mark. These golden light marks can be plundered. Ming Dao Zi continued with a smile on his face. Anyone whose golden light mark is plundered will be eliminated. In the end, only the 100 people with the most golden light marks are qualified to follow me to Tian Yuan Sacred Region. Remember, in the battle in Golden Light City, you're responsible for your own life and death. Don't take any chances, Ming Daozi added. If you have any scruples, you can withdraw before you enter Golden Light City, the divine martial city governor said in a deep voice. Every one of these 10,000 people was a true genius. It was not a big deal if one or two of them died, but if dozens or hundreds of them died, it would be a heavy loss. However, going to Tian Yuan Sacred Region was a rare opportunity in itself, and it was often accompanied by danger. It was impossible to reap the rewards without paying a price. I'll die. Among the 10,000 people, some of them narrowed their eyes and hesitated. They had come to compete for the so-called top 100, but they knew in their hearts that their chances were not high. After all, they were only transcendents and were relatively average among the 10,000 people. I withdraw. Me too. Suddenly, many people spoke up to withdraw from the true martial decisive battle. There was no other way. Although opportunities were important, it also depended on whether they could obtain them. If they knew that they could not obtain the opportunities, they would still have to risk their lives. It was not worth it. If they were killed, everything would be for naught. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people expressed their withdrawal. These people were basically the weaker ones among the 10,000 people. There were still nearly 9,000 people who did not withdraw. Fight! If they worked hard and were lucky, they might be able to get into the top 100. Some people were hoping for a fluke and were prepared to take a gamble. However, some people had great confidence in their own strength and felt that they could obtain one of the top 100 rankings. Since you have made your decision, then enter Golden Light City now, Ming Daozi said with a smile. Immediately, nearly 9,000 geniuses moved together and quickly entered Golden Light City. Chen Zong felt that when he touched the layer of golden light outside Golden Light City, a trace of power silently diffused and condensed on the back of his left hand, leaving a golden mark. Golden light mark. In the next moment, Chen Zong's body passed through the golden light and stepped into Golden Light City. Standing at the edge of Golden Light City, at a glance, he saw a dazzling array of pavilions and streets in Golden Light City. However, there was no one else here except for the people who entered. Nearly 9,000 people were randomly sent to Golden Light City. They were directly scattered so that there would not be a crowded situation as soon as they entered Golden Light City. Next, I'll look for others to seize the golden light mark, Chunzong secretly said to himself. Using his movement skill, he quickly flew forward along the street. While using his movement skill, Chunzong paid attention to the movements around him. The gravity in Golden Light City was double that of the outside world. Using martial arts here would also increase the consumption of one's strength. Chapter 1290. Many figures stood in the air, their eyes shining brightly as if they could see through everything. Everything in Golden Light City was clearly visible and panoramic. In this way, it was convenient for everyone to watch the battle in Golden Light City. Silhouettes flew across the Golden Light City, either on the streets or between the pavilions. I'll hide first and wait for a while before making a move. Some people hid in the pavilions, restrained their aura fluctuations, and waited for an opportunity to make a move. They planned to wait for a while before making a move so that they could seize more golden light marks at once. But there were also people looking for others, ready to seize the golden light marks. Chunzong did not hide because there was no need for that. Walking on the wide street with golden light like water, Chunzong could feel the hardness of the ground under his feet. The hardness of all the buildings in Golden Light City was amazing. He was afraid that even with his strength, it would be difficult to destroy them. Suddenly, Chunzong's ears moved slightly, and he heard a subtle sound coming from a distance. It was the sound of a battle. Using his body movement, he was as swift and light as a feather in the wind, and quickly went in the direction of the sound. When Chunzong flew over, the battle was already over. A body fell in a pool of blood without any vitality. Another figure was about to leave, but he also felt the arrival of Chunzong and suddenly revealed a grim smile. His eyes flashed with an extremely sharp cold light across the sky, and he stared at Chunzong. "Since you've delivered yourself to me, then die." This person's eyes were slightly red, and his killing intent was extremely heavy. His astonishing killing intent was like a tide in a gale, and it turned into a wave that heavily blasted Chunzong, as if to smash Chunzong into pieces. Chunzong was also a little surprised. This kind of killing intent was indeed amazing, indicating that this person's hands were stained with blood. But compared with his own killing in Kanglan World, this was nothing. It could not threaten or affect Chunzong at all. This person was a little surprised when he found that the other party didn't move at all under the impact of his killing intent. However, he didn't care too much about it. His shoulders shook and his figure flashed. He turned into an extremely fierce bolt of lightning with a terrifying killing intent. A wisp of blood-red flowing light tore through the sky. It was suffused with a shocking chill as it rushed over. It was a one-hit kill, swift and simple. Chunzong did not move, and there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. He stared at the opponent. Under Chunzong's eyes, all the opponent's movements became very clear. "Oh, a mere low-level semi-saint. You dare to attack my little friend Chunzong." The true Martial City Lord had been paying attention to Chunzong's every move this entire time. When he saw that someone had actually taken the initiative to attack Chunzong, and even attempted to kill him at that, he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Having known Chunzong for a while, the City Lord of Martial City was not sure how strong he was, but he knew the general situation. At least the strength of a mid-level semi-saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pass the Jinwu battle tablet. Under normal circumstances, there was a clear gap between a low-level semi-saint and a mid-level semi-saint. You can't even react. Die. In an instant, the red-eyed man's dagger came horizontally, cutting toward Chunzong's neck as fast as lightning. Once cut, his head would be cut off, and he would die a violent death. Entering Golden Light City was to seize the Golden Light Mark. Generally, to seize it, one would first force the opponent to hand it over. If one failed, one would naturally hand over the mark. But this person was not a threat, nor did he have anything else. He directly attacked with a killing move, showing his strong killing intent and murderous intent. Chunzong had never shown mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Just as the blood-red dagger was about to cut his neck, Chunzong moved. The heavy dragon sword at his waist was unsheathed in an instant. The sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, was extremely light in Chunzong's hand. A pitch-black sword light arrived first, sweeping across the opponent's body in an instant and disappearing directly. It felt like an illusion. But the opponent's body stopped, and the blood-red dagger also stopped in midair. As his arm continued to exert strength, the dagger trembled slightly, as if it was going to chop off Chunzong's neck. But it was exhausted, and his strength was constantly draining away. He was cut in half at the waist. If the opponent did not want to kill him, Chunzong naturally would not kill him. At most, he would defeat him, but there were no ifs. His eyes were full of surprise, which then turned into fear and regret. His body was cut in half. Chunzong's left hand sucked, and the opponent's golden light marks suddenly flew up. There were as many as 3 of them. That was to say, 2 people might have been killed by this person. While killing the opponent, Chunzong also took the opponent's storage ring, which was his spoils of war. Killings occurred everywhere in Golden Light City, but most of them did not choose to kill the opponent, but to defeat the opponent. Only when they had no other choice would they kill. Of course, only a very small number of people, like what happened just now, directly killed the opponent as soon as they met without saying anything. With 3 golden light marks, Chunzong had 4 golden light marks. 4 golden light marks were certainly not enough to get him into the top 100. After all, nearly 9,000 people entered Golden Light City. In other words, there were nearly 9,000 golden light marks in total. There was no one on the wide street except for Chunzong. From the outside, Golden Light City was only 5 kilometers in length and breadth. But inside, it was 100 times larger, with each kilometer in length and breadth. It was such a huge city, but only close to 9,000 people could enter. Once they were separated, it was like a stone thrown into the sea. However, as he walked, Chunzong suddenly felt that he seemed to be targeted by someone. The targeted aura was very clever. It was like wisps of wind and mist, floating in the air and scattered in all directions, covering thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters, but it was difficult to detect. If it were not for Chunzong's powerful soul that had reached the late stage of the spirit sea gathering realm, and his perception had become amazingly sharp, it would be difficult for him to detect this invisible surveillance. But Chunzong pretended not to know, because although he could detect this kind of surveillance, the opponent hid very well. For a moment, Chunzong could not find out where the opponent was hiding. So, he pretended not to know, walked forward, and waited for the opponent to appear. As long as the opponent wanted to get the golden light mark, he would not ignore him and would not let him out of the surveillance range. Chunzong was very patient, and the opponent was obviously very patient. He had been lurking and observing in the dark, not revealing the slightest bit of his aura. At the moment when Chunzong was about to walk out of the surveillance range, the opponent moved. His figure blended into the air like a shadow, passing by in the blink of an eye. However, there was no sound, and he was completely restrained. The shadow-like figure silently approached Chunzong at a high speed and attacked Chunzong. In just one breath's time, he had traversed several thousand meters and appeared behind Chunzong. Then, he quietly launched an attack. This attack was extremely sharp, like a short sword that pierced through the sky to kill. Chunzong reacted in an instant, as if he had already turned around and waited for the opponent. He unsheathed his heavy dragon sword, which turned into a beam of majestic sword light and blasted out in the air. It was so powerful that it seemed to contain the terrifying power of a mountain. Boom! The figure paused in an instant, as if time and space were frozen. In the next breath, starting from the tip of the short sword, the figure broke into pieces inch by inch. In just one breath, the shadow completely collapsed. However, it was only an illusory figure. The real body instantly appeared behind Chunzong, solidifying in an instant. He waved his short sword, which burst out dazzling sword light. The cold sword edge cut through everything, tearing everything apart. This was another low-level half-saint expert. Among the people who participated in the Jinwu final battle, almost half of them were half-saints, and there were more than 3,000 low-level half-saints. There were very few low-level half-saints who were less than 100 years old in the lower region of the central region, but there were many of them in the upper region. Geniuses like Fu Yunxiao and Gao Hongjing, who were less than 100 years old but were not far behind, usually chose to break through to the low-level half-saint after accumulating to the extreme. With their accumulation, it was not difficult for them to break through to the low-level half-saint. However, low-level half-saints like Fu Yunxiao were not ordinary, and their strength was far from ordinary low-level half-saints. Although the person who attacked now was only a low-level half-saint, his strength was close to that of an ordinary mid-level half-saint. With strength close to the mid-level half-saint level, he was still so cautious in his attack. It was enough to show that this person was cautious by nature, and such people often live longer. This attack did not contain much killing intent, indicating that the opponent did not intend to kill Chunzong. He just wanted to injure Chunzong and take the golden light mark. In this case, Chunzong would not kill the opponent. Turn around. The heavy dragon sword blocked the opponent's short sword attack like an iron chain. The opponent was stunned, feeling incredulous, because the aura fluctuations from Chunzong's body were only at the Transcendent Realm. A Transcendent Realm cultivator could actually block his attack, which he had carefully planned. It was unbelievable. After his attack was blocked, the opponent's cautious nature played out again, and he immediately retreated, intending to escape. If he failed to attack, he would immediately escape. This was his way of survival. However, since he had attacked, he would not be able to leave. The heavy dragon sword flashed and curled. Immediately, a terrifying suction force burst forth. It was like a black tornado that swept everything in all directions. The figure was also affected. He paused for a moment, and his speed suddenly decreased. Boom! The heavy dragon sword abruptly pierced forward, bursting forth with an incomparably astonishing might. He did not use any special sword moves, but Chunzong's attainments in the sword Dao were becoming more and more profound. Clear sword principle. Although this realm could not directly improve a sword cultivator's strength, it could improve a sword cultivator's understanding of the sword Dao and sword Dao. It could be said that the fourth level of the sword Dao, or the fourth level of the martial Dao, was a new sharpening and improvement of the martial Dao and sword Dao. Depending on the individual's potential, the benefits one could reap in this realm will be different as well. For example, Chunzong's amazing potential, his gains in this realm would also be great. Now, Chunzong did not feel his limit and could still continue to improve. Since that was the case, he would do his best to comprehend and improve as much as possible. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.